Okie dokie. Looks like we are live and with some new microphone settings. So I know it looks ugly with the skin on top, right? But let's see how this works this time. Zoran, hello and good evening. You can continue here because I'm clearly not, there. I wanted to give you an answer on the post that you have replied to, but I didn't just have enough time to type because the stream is the time is for streaming, right? So that's why I am talking to you here, and we can spend a couple of minutes on that. And once again, good evening, Kaden. How are you? How are you? Gabor Fayez, good evening, gentlemen and girls. LOL, because I'm not there. Okie dokie. Yeah, so what I meant by talking, so let's go ahead and go through the whole idea, right? So the idea is basically to chat with people. I mean, by chat I mean video call with people who, well, to be honest, are supporting me, right? So it would be like a live video call, and I would probably put it on stream like I'm doing right now. It's just that it wouldn't be only my face, but also yours. How many of you would be on the stream, right? On the call, right? Actually, and there would be some topics, right? The topics that fit this channel, basically. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? So whatever you have experienced from me in the past year or so, those are all valid topics, right? So most of my topics on this channel, contrary to the name of the channel, are not strictly Linux related, right? So when new version of FreeCAD comes out, I talk about FreeCAD. This is free software, right? But you can run FreeCAD on Linux, you can run it on BSD, you can run it on Mac, you can run it on Windows. But generally, FreeCAD is free software, and by free software, I don't mean gratis, but generally we think about libre software, right? Coming from the French word. So the ability to basically do what you want with this software, right? See the code, alter the code, redistribute the new code, right? But you have to keep the license. So this is the free software, right? So I actually forgot what you wrote in the second reply zone, but you did mention some of the proprietary software, right? So it's not like it's forbidden to talk about proprietary software. It's just that the goal of the whole channel is to promote free software, right? And it's not forbidden from users from free software enthusiasts are not like forbidden from using proprietary software. It's not that. It's just that it is good to promote free software so that more people understand the benefits of free software, and vice versa. It should make waves towards the software developers themselves to like be more ready to embrace the free software licensing model, right, for their software, so that more of the software is being released under the free software license. That's the idea, right? It's not like we should boycott a software that we need to do our work. It's about trying to give a reason to developers to develop free software, right? That's the idea. So if there is more free software available in the world, then more, free software users there will be in general. That's the whole idea. So what did you ask? I asked about community-driven ports of commercial software, like example, Burp Suite, Portainer. There is also a Docker CE edition. Yeah, well, The idea is generally to talk about free software, right? So if these software that you are mentioning are free software, then absolutely yes. But even if the conversation goes a little bit sideways into proprietary topics, right, that's really not a problem, because proprietary software is kind of a part of our free software community life, right? I mean, we have to sometimes enter the realm of proprietary software in order to get something done, right? So if you play video games, you are unlikely to be able to avoid Windows to a very high percentage, right? If you play Call of Duty, you need Windows. If you play, I don't know, Fortnite, you need Windows, etc., right? There are some games that you simply uh, there is no way to avoid them, right? Hello, Iceblade. There is no way to avoid Windows if you want to play all of the video games, right? If you play mostly single player games and you mostly keep inside the Steam ecosystem, then I would say that Linux can, in fact, serve you like roughly towards the 100%, right? But once you enter the anti-cheat realm, then there are some problems with that. Zoran says, I play mostly Hearthstone. Well, I'm pretty sure that Hearthstone works on Linux because World of Warcraft works on Linux, and it's not really a big deal. So yeah, that's how it would look. Just those of you who are already in the chat, just give me a hint. How does my voice sound? Because I have tuned it in a way that I have actually decreased the volume of my amplifier, my microphone amplifier this time, quite a lot. So this time it doesn't pick up any of the noise around me. But the downside is that I have to kiss the microphone, right? And that's the reason why I have put the black thing on top, because if I am so close to the mic without the windscreen or whatever it's called, then you get a lot of plosives from my P's, right? And this kind of I'm missing a word, but it kind of annuls it to some degree. So one of the annoying things about this is that I really have to keep my mouth really close to this. If you can hear me, pop filter, yeah. This is not actually a pop filter in the original sense. This is actually a wind filter, but it's just that it works as a pop filter as well. It's just how it is, right? These things can annul the popping, right, as well as wind. But I am indoors, so there is no wind here, and those fluffy wind filters are those look stupid, and the regular pop filters, the round one that go like here, those also look stupid to me. This also looks stupid, to be fair enough, but this looks the least stupid of all of the options out there. So I'm kind of okay with kissing the microphone for now until I get a better solution. Okay, let me know when you're ready to start the lesson. We are at 7:07 my time right now, but we still have less than 10 people in chat, which is kind of what I would expect to get ready with everyone, right? But yeah, you say go for it. Let's give people like 2 more minutes, because we are dropping down to 5, and it's I don't know. I want to see another familiar name before we start. I don't know. Del Anderson is not here. Master Shilden will join us when he feels like it. That's fine. Yeah. Yesterday I had a really long session with the Iceblade says, yeah, start a random topic to drag out time. Yes, that's where I started, right? So yesterday I have had like a 15-hour session with, let's say, a computer, but it's actually a rack mount. I don't know if you have seen it in my yesterday's video. It's like this thin, but this wide and similarly long in the in the length, right? So it's like a rack mount server kind of a storage, right? It is one unit, yeah, 1 unit. But I wasn't sure if people in chat know what unit is. But it is a network storage from Fujitsu with an Atom CPU from 2011. So it's basically garbage CPU, like utmost garbage. And it came with 1 gigabyte of RAM, which was enough for their proprietary system, right? But what I wanted is to put something special on it, starting with free software. So I installed Debian on it, and I installed 4 more gigs of RAM. So actually I now have 5, which is a stupid number, but that's what I had in my drawer. If I can get 4 more, it will be 8, so that would be cool. But it took me roughly, I actually forgot how long, like 6 hours to give up on trying to install an operating system to a USB stick. And then I installed it to some hard drives, laptop hard drives. And today I completely changed my mind and I installed the operating system on an SSD, which is connected via converter cable to the USB 2. So USB 2 is actually limiting my SSD to just 25 megabytes per second. I mean, the SSD can do 550 megabytes per second, but the USB interface has limited it to 25, which sounds horrible. But for a system drive, it actually turned out quite nicely because the whole system is now much more responsive than it used to be with the spinner laptop hard drives connected to SATA ports, right? So it's an interesting combination, right? I have the spinner hard drives are limited to with their own physics, right, to roughly 100 megabytes per second. But the whole system was a lot slower with spinner drives than with an SSD on the USB 2 interface, right? How does it run on the Atom? It actually runs very good after I switched to an SSD, no matter that the interface speed is 25 megabytes. It's actually a little bit more, but I have measured the transfer speed to my system SSD. It's roughly 25 megabytes per second. The interface speed may be a little bit more, but the raw transfer doesn't appear to be able to cross the 25 megabytes per second speed, because that's what I measured, right? And then I installed, because the whole thing has like 4 bays for big hard drives, right? So I have installed 2 hard drives with 2 terabyte each, and then 2 more drives, 3 terabyte each. So Alexei said that I could do like 2 mirrors and then put logical volume manager on top of them and get 1 big partition out of 2 mirrors, and in total I would get 5 terabytes. But then I realized I could do a RAID 5 array with having each one of these behave like a 2 terabyte drive. So basically there would be 1 terabyte wasted on each of the 3 terabyte disks, because all 4 would present themselves as 2 terabyte drives, because for RAID 5 you need at least 3 of the same size drives, right? So you can pretend that the 3 gigabyte ones are 2 terabyte ones, right? But I would also put ZFS on those 4 drives, and basically I would end up with 6 terabytes of usable storage, right? The total drive size is 10 terabytes, but because they're not the same, I'm limited to, let's say, 8 terabytes, like 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. And when you put those 8 terabytes into RAID 5, or the equivalent with ZFS, which is called Z1, then you get 6 terabytes, right? Which is clearly better than 5. So that's what I'm doing right now. But currently I have some data on these disks, and I am actually currently copying that data out of them to these small ones. Small ones for a temporary backup, and then I can format the big boys and put ZFS on them, and then restored my data on them, right? That's the plan. And then I'm gonna make another video, but the transfer speed is it takes a while, right? The copying will end in about, let me check where the copying right now is. The copying will end in 40 minutes from now, but I have one more folder to copy after that, and in order to copy that folder I need to swap hard drives, these small ones, because they are too small to fit everything to just one, so I need 3 of them to fit everything that I need to back up temporarily, and I will do that while I'm sleeping tonight. Looks like we are still at 5 people. Oh, you said something in chat, right? What was ZFS again? Iceblade asks, and will you then again make a backup to cloud? Not 6 gigabytes, but 6 terabytes. Iceblade is asking what ZFS is. So ZFS is arguably the best file system that you can use for storage, like not for your working hard drive, but particularly for storage, because this file system it does the best data integrity, right? So the way it works, it's I actually am unable to explain it properly because I'm relatively fresh with learning about the benefits of ZFS, to be honest. But the way it works, it replaces your logical volume manager and replaces your file system, so it does everything at once, right? You just give it hard drives, and it sits on your hard drives, and it does your RAID and everything that you need. It does your block device. It does everything, and it eats a lot of RAM, like really huge amounts of RAM, but it is quite convenient for storage, right? So if you need to back up your data, I think they should be the safest on ZFS, right? Zoran is asking 6 terabytes. Yeah, 6 terabytes. 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 equals 6 when you put them in ZFS Z1 field. And the reason why it's not 4 times 2, why is it not 8, is because in Z1 field, this will be interesting to Iceblade as well. So we have 2 terabytes, 2 terabytes, 2 terabytes, and 2 terabytes, but with zettabyte file system in Z1 field, you get 6. But why is it 6? Because when one of these drives fails, like completely dies, then you still have all of your data intact. That's the point. All of your data is here, still present. And then you just buy a new 2 terabyte hard drive, and you put it in the place of the dead hard drive, And what ZFS will do at that moment, it will fill up the fourth drive, the new one, with the missing data that was on this drive that is now dead, but it will reconstruct the data from these three. So basically what it does is you can lose one drive at any point in time. Is it the journal type of system? I think it is, but that's not the whole point of ZFS. Gabor is very good with his answer about deduplication, compression, encryption, yeah, all of that. Zoran is asking, will you then again make a backup to cloud? Zoran, the general idea is like this, but I will have to think about it a little bit more because I'm kind of changing my mind as I go, right? Whenever I configure something, I realized I could do it a little bit better, and then I shift just a tiny bit. So the general idea is to have what I just said, 4 drives with 6 terabyte of storage, and one of them can die and at any point without losing any data. That's the phase 1. Phase 2 will be to see how much more storage I have elsewhere, and by elsewhere I mean generally my main PC or maybe my laptops or any other storage that I have available, which is not good to be the main backup, right? So let's say that I have like half a terabyte of some kind of a drive in my main PC, the one that I'm streaming from. Let's say that I have half a terabyte. Then I would pick one folder on my network storage that has a limit of half a terabyte, and I would call this folder important. Okay, and in this folder important, I would keep my most important stuff. So it wouldn't be like music or something like that I can just copy from my audio CDs again, right? Music is not something that I cannot lose and restore. But I have other files that I have created, like my programming, my videos, and stuff like that. Things that I personally create, right? These things are important for me. Also pictures that I take, like photos, right? So they would live in a folder called important, and I would probably make a script to copy all of that to my main PC in this hard drive that will be another backup, right? So even if I lose 2 hard drives at once, then the entire field will collapse and I will have no more data. I mean, it is a bit unlikely that 2 hard drives will collapse at once, but in theory, this is possible. Then I have no more data at this point, but then I will have my folder important backed up to another PC, which is probably going to be my main PC. Maybe I will buy a bigger hard drive, like 1 terabyte, for my important stuff. And the third thing that I will do is this folder important, I will also back it up to the cloud, but this will be encrypted. I don't know which cloud will I use. Probably going to be Microsoft because I get it really cheap, but I will install software which encrypts everything on the way towards Microsoft, right? I still need to think about it because no encryption is, how do I say it, unbreakable, right? So I need to think about whether I want my pictures, my photos, be stored on anyone's cloud to be precise, even encrypted. But This is something that I will need to consider a little bit more. So the third step, which is a cloud backup, encrypted one, right? That's up to debate from this point on. Gabber says it stores a checksum from each disk block, which allows error detection even if the disk does not indicate an error. Alexei is asking, am I sure that my Atom CPU will be enough for RAID 5 parity calculation? I have no clue, Alexei, and I'm going to test this after I make this, Z1 field. I will make Z1 field, I will copy some stuff on it and see how it behaves. I mean, if it, I mean, it will work for sure. It's just a question how much speed will I get, right? If the speed becomes unbearable, then I'm gonna have to reconsider. Zoran says I use Mega for my documents folder. 20 gigs for free. Damland Rep, welcome in. Yeah, Gabor, but I don't know. I don't know Synology designations, but what Alexei said is that RAID 5 is a little bit more complex. So if you have just a plain mirror, then it's not so taxing on the CPU. If you do, if you do RAID 5 or if you do like I don't know ZFS compression and stuff like that, then it's really taxing to the CPU. It's a valid observation, but before I try it, I will not know. All of the things that I did yesterday was a lot of testing and getting some experience. Hands-on experience is the best. If you just read on the internet and never feel it, it's not the best form of knowledge, right? You can read about everything on the internet. It's a good way to learn, but getting your hands on something, it's even better. Dale Anderson says, hi all, Linux Renaissance missed your NAS intro video and what you're doing software raid. You missed my introduction video. Yeah, I was just wasting time intentionally before you all come in so that we can all start at the same time with the class, right? Basically, I was just talking about what I did yesterday with my NAS and what I'm planning to do tomorrow. Currently, I'm moving some stuff from my big boy hard drives to these small ones as a temporary, so that I can format the big ones, and then I'm gonna make probably Z1 field on them. Damland Traps has moved to Open Mandriva Rome KDE. System is good so far, only KDE is kind of buggy. KDE will always be kind of buggy. That's just how it is. Iceblade says, let's go. I feel ready. If you guys and girls are ready, we can go. By the way, does my voice sound distorted and is the volume fine? Judging by the VU meter, I think the volume is fine. It's just that I have amplified it by 20 decibels in software, so it could be a little bit distorted. Del says sound great. Okay, good. Zoran says first thing I dio on a fresh install of Debian or Ubuntu, I install Nala, a wrapper for apt. Yeah, Nala is fine. I'm not sure if Nala can do a full system upgrade. It can do normal updates. It can remember what you installed, and it gives you a nice opportunity to revise what you have installed, and you can uninstall this with one command, right? It's a good front end. I'm just not sure if it can do a full upgrade. I mean dist upgrade. Okay, I'm gonna start reading. Gabber says, I missed all the last lessons, but I will catch up. You may have to sub to the channel in order to get the previous lessons, except for the one from the last week. But you can get them. Or to the Patreon. I made it like a mirror of each other, right? All of the lessons are on both sides. Check out the let me just give me just a second. I have to do the plug thing. That's how it works. Oh, sign in to become a member. Okay, let's try it, Firefox. Yeah, so this is all you need. Where's my OBS? Okay, here it is. Okay, this is all you need to get access to the previous lessons. That's all. These other guys are just extra support if you want, right? But the visionary is enough. Okay, can you all see my screen? I think that you can, so let's go ahead and do some reading. Use Debian package management. Difficulty, a little bit more than the last time. We're going to install, upgrade, and uninstall Debian binary packages, find packages containing specific files or libraries which may or may not be installed. Iceblade is confirming important stuff, thank you. Obtain package information like version, content, dependencies, package integrity, and installation status, whether or not the package is installed. And then awareness of apt. Okay. A long time ago, in a galaxy, far, far away, When Linux was still in its infancy, the most common way to distribute software was a compressed file, usually a .tar.gz archive with source code which you would unpack and compile yourself. However, as the amount and complexity of software grew, the need for a... Let me just move my camera to a better place. The need for a way to distribute pre-compiled software became clear. After all, not everyone had the resources, both in time and computing power, hello Gentoo users, to compile large projects like the Linux kernel or an X server. Soon, efforts to standardize a way to distribute these software packages grew, and the first package managers were born. These tools made it much easier to install, configure, or remove software from a system. One of those was the Debian package format, .deb, and its package tool, dpkg, or in my language, dpkg. Today, they are widely used not only on Debian itself, but also on its derivatives like Ubuntu and those derived from it. Another package management tool that is popular on Debian-based systems is the Advanced Package Tool, apt, which can streamline many of the aspects of the installation, maintenance, and removal of packages, making it much easier. In this lesson, we will learn how to use both dpkg and apt to obtain, install, maintain, and remove software on a Debian-based Linux system. So the Debian package tool. The Debian package tool is the essential utility to install, configure, maintain, and remove software packages on Debian-based systems. The most basic operation is to install a .deb package, which can be done with dpkg -i and then the package name, where the package name is the name of the .deb file you want to install. So of course you have to get it first. Package upgrades are handled the same way. Before installing a package, dpkg will check if a previous version already exists in the system. If so, the package will be upgraded to the new version. If not, a fresh copy will be installed. Dealing with the dependencies. More often than not, a package may depend on others to work as intended. For example, an image editor may need libraries to open JPEG files, or another utility may need a widget toolkit like Qt or a GTK for its user interface. Dpkg will check if those dependencies are installed on your system and will fail to install the package if they are not. In this case, dpkg will list which packages are missing. However, it cannot solve dependencies by itself. It is up to the user to find the .deb packages with the corresponding dependencies and install them. In the example below, the user tries to install the OpenShot video editor package, but some dependencies were missing. So, dpkg -i and then the OpenShot package that ends with .deb, and then the installer starts installing, and then it says dependency problems prevent configuration of OpenShot -qt. OpenShot -qt depends on fonts cantorel. However, package fonts cantorel is not installed. Okay, there are some more dependencies here, and all of them are not installed. And then it says error processing package OpenShot -qt, dependency problems, leaving unconfigured. And then it has made some progress, but eventually it didn't manage to install OpenShot Qt. As shown above, OpenShot depends on the fonts Cantorel, Python 3, and etc. All of these need to be installed before the installation of OpenShot can succeed. To remove a package, pass the -r parameter to the dpkg, followed by the package name. For example, the following command will remove the unrar package from the system. dpkg -r unrar. I have had something to say about the installation and the dependencies, but I'm wondering if this topic will cover it a little bit later, or should I do it immediately? Because my comment is a little bit about opt and automatic dependencies. Iceblade excused himself. That is fine. Dell says it covers some later. Yeah, because in the normal conditions these days, and even previously, I don't know how much old Debian system do you have to get your hands on in order to not have apt or at least apt-get. But basically, when you download a Debian, I mean a deb package from the internet, which is relatively common thing nowadays, right? For example, I don't know, let's go and Pumble download, right? Pumble download, and then you go to download for Linux, and it doesn't ask you which Linux you have, it just starts downloading the .deb file, right? It only offers .deb installer, right? But this package may need some dependencies, right? And on normal systems, I mean any modern Debian, right? Any at least somewhat supported Debian, you will have apt. So basically, when you start installing the package that you have just downloaded, it may fail like this, and then you can just do the apt -f install, which will use the apt system to grab the remaining dependencies for the deb file that you have kind of half installed, because it will be stuck between not being installed and being installed. So you can just use apt to give it all of the dependencies that it needed, because there is a very high chance that Debian repository has all of the dependencies that you will need for any program that you download from the internet in this manner, right? Including Discord and other stuff that you simply download as deb. This is from my experience, right? You can, of course, download every dependency by hand. I'm just saying it's not the usual modern way to do it. To remove the package, pass the R parameter to remove the package. Okay, the removal operation also runs a dependency check. Alexei says, or just don't use dpkg at all for installing packages. Okay. Maybe we will get there when the lesson starts talking about apt. But I think it's really important to understand dpkg as well. Actually, I use it, but I may be a little bit old school in that way. The removal operation also runs a dependency check, and the package cannot be removed unless every other package that depends on it is also removed. Zoran says Splunk is a deb package. If you try to do so, you will get an error message like one below. So removing p7-zip dependency prevents the removal. Wine tricks depends on p7-zip. However, p7-zip is to be removed, and p7-zip full depends on p7. Okay, I don't need to read all of this, but basically you cannot remove it with the debug without solving the dependency issues. One of the easiest way to do the dependency issue is by simply telling debug to uninstall this and that, whatever the dependency is, right? If you're not using apt but just debug, you have to remove everything in one go, as far as I know. Damlad Trap says, I shall use apt to install packages, says God in the rule number 5, I guess. You can pass multiple package names to the debug-r so they will all be removed at once. When a package is removed, the corresponding configuration files are left on the system. If you want to remove everything associated with the package, use the capital P for purge option instead of -r. You can force the debug to install or remove a package even if dependencies are not met by adding the --force parameter, like in debug-i -force and then package name. However, this will make a problem. Iceblade is back. Zoran is telling us something. Okay. However, doing so will most likely leave the installed package or even your system in a broken state. Do not use -force unless you are absolutely sure of what you are doing. I actually remember using this trigger quite a lot of times, like 20 plus years ago, when things are a little bit more in their infancies, and I don't remember why. I guess it was a part of my learning process. Getting package information. To get an information about a .deb package, such as its version, architecture, maintainer, dependencies, and more, use the debug command with -i parameter followed by the file name of the package you want to inspect. Okay, let's make some tests. Let's make some tests here. Let's go to my Intel server. Okay, we don't have anything here, and we have downloaded Pumble from here. Copy download link. Let's get it on our x86 Debian system. Okay, so let's just do what the manual says, right? So in order to get the information about the package, use -I, okay? Okay, so Pumble architecture, a 64-bit x86. This is the maintainer, installed size, and it depends on some libraries, right? So this is what you're going to have on your system if you want Pumble to successfully install. Also, the recommendation that you might want to install, this is usually, I mean, it's the same in pretty much every Linux system and every package manager, right? So the recommendation usually is something that is not completely necessary, but it may improve your experience with this program. Priorities, homepage, and absolutely no description. This one is interesting. Except for recommendation, our Pumble package doesn't provide anything, but when other packages depend, like let's say, what is this? Google Chrome, right? Okay, so when other packages depend on having a web browser on your system, they might depend on a package called www-browser. And if another package depends on having a web browser, and you install any of the packages that provides this functionality, as in provides this string here, then the dependency will be satisfied, right? So the third package that you want to install that depends on the web browser, actually this word, right, this string here, if you install Chrome, you will get this dependency satisfied. Also, if you do another web browser that has this provides, right, you will also have the dependency satisfied. So it's any of the web browsers that can do this satisfaction. Maybe I said it wrong in English, but you know what I meant. Okie dokie. Listing installed packages and package contents. To get a list of every package installed on your system, use the get selections option, as in the dpkg get selections. I actually never used this switch in my entire life. Zoran says I ran the following: dpkg get selections grep -v deinstall word count. Zoran, I'm not following what you're saying, but you guys can chat among yourself while I think about get selections. So let's see what it says. Listing installed packages and package contents. Okay, and package contents. So get selection. I'm a bit confused. Is it a list of every package or the package content? So the state. No, it's the package content. I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused what does get selection do exactly, because the way I usually do it is just dpkg minus list. I mean, is this not a better way to list the packages that are installed? Zoran says Nala is a front end for apt. I'm actually not sure that this is correct. I think Nala is using something else, not apt directly, but some kind of package library. It may be, yeah, exactly what Alexei just saying. I think we are on the same page, but I don't have the exact same picture. Nala is executing, I think, a library for apt, but not the apt executable. Oh, good. Alexei to the rescue. Thank you very much. Okay, to get a list of every package installed on your system, use the get selections. Okay, as in the get selections, you can also get a list of every file installed by a specific package by passing the -l package name. Okay, so let's go with, I don't know, libedit2. And let's see what libedit2 has. So it has some files. Okie dokie. apt and nala are both UIs for the apt library. And Zoran Mostarlic is checking. 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 Finding out which package owns a specific file. Okay, this could be really interesting. Sometimes you may need to find out which package owns a specific file in your system. You can do so by using a dpkg query utility followed by the -S parameter and the path to the file in question. Okay, so dpkg query. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this on some random file. Let's do it on a random file at its I don't know, issue. At its issue is something from the core system. Base files, exactly. Okay, so base files. Let's now see what base files contains actually. Base files. Okay, base files contains a lot of files. You can use dpkg-s without the query. Oh, goody. That's what you warned us about, being somewhat outdated. I mean this. Okay, so the -s does what it does. Reconfiguring installed packages. Okay, this is also a very convenient and relatively you will use this in your life, definitely. Could be good if in contact with a really old system, depending on how old, but it's good to be aware of all of this, that the because at the very least we will have to know this on the exam, and in the real life it might not be that important if the PKG is enough, but as Iceblade says, maybe you will get in contact. But the thing is with getting in contact, right, it could happen, you know, Debian being pretty stable, right? It could happen that someone used some kind of software that ran on some Debian server and they didn't pay for any updates or something like that, and this server just kept on running and running and running for many years, and it never stopped working, right? The functionality that the customer paid for has continued to work as it was initially paid for and delivered by the programming house, let's say it. And a relatively common thing to do when you're a programming kind of a house, right? You would deliver your software on some kind of server. So if it runs on Linux, there is a chance that you will deliver a Debian server to the customer, right? And if the customer stops paying for support and maintenance, the server might continue running for many years, right? So it could happen that eventually this customer will want to buy some new software, and you as a system administrator will be called to move some stuff from the old server to the new one, maybe, or just maybe to back it up before it is turned off from the electrical outlet and disposed in the recycle procedure, right? And maybe they will want to keep the backup or something like that. So in these cases, you will probably get in touch with an older system, right? So as not Alexei, but sorry, Iceblade said, it is good to know everything as much as you can. Finding out which package. Ooh. Thank you. I got something that I did not ask for. Who knows what this is? Who can tell me what this is? Dale Anderson doesn't know what this is, I bet, but Europeans should. Zoran and Gabber for the win. Dale Anderson says Krepes. Well, this is the best answer that you can provide, Dale Anderson, because I believe the original recipe is from France, yes. But we Croatians, I don't know about other surrounding countries, to be honest. I don't know about Hungary. I just don't know. But in Croatia, we have a slightly different recipe because a year ago I was in Paris and crepes were very similar, but they were a lot thinner than we make them here. So Alexei says that's okay. I read Cyrillic like I'm a first grader. So B L I Blin, and I don't know the last character. I think it says blin something. Blini. So the last character is E. Gabor says we call it palachnita. I mean, it's the same as in Croatian then. Demlan Trap says there is a store here on Zlatibor where you can order 1 meter long ones. Nice. Okay. Finding out which package owns a specific file. So we have already done this. Reconfiguring. When a package is installed, there is a configuration step called post install. One of the common packages that will where you will run into stuff like this are basically daemons and servers, right, that need a configuration. So if you install something and configure it, I mean, in the post-installation process, right, it may ask you some questions, right? So you will answer these questions and the thing will be initially configured with regarding to the answer to the question that you have given it, right? And you may want to reconsider later, so you can do reconfigure the package and it will ask you again. So let's do this. When a package is installed, there is a configuration step called post install, where a script runs to set up everything needed for the software to run, such as permissions, placement of configuration files, etc. This may also ask for some questions of the user to set preferences on how the software will run. Sometimes, due to a corrupt or malformed configuration file, You may wish to restore a package's settings to its fresh state, or you may wish to change the answers you gave to the initial configuration questions. Exactly. To do this, run the dpkg-reconfigure utility, followed by the package name. This program will back up the old configuration files, unpack the new ones in the correct directories, and run the post-install script provided by the package as if the package had been installed for the first time. Try to reconfigure the time zone data package with the following example. Okay, let's reconfigure time zone data as the PDF is telling us. Okie dokie. Please select the geographic area in which you live. We live in Europe, we live in Zagreb, and we have reconfigured the package called TZ data, and we're done. Why didn't I alt tab to where I wanted to alt tab? Advanced Package Tool, apt. The Advanced Package Tool apt is a package management system including a set of tools that greatly simplifies package installation, upgrade, removal, and management. apt provides features like advanced search capabilities and automatic dependency resolution. This is one of my favorite stuff. apt is not a substitute for the dpkg. You may think of it as a front end, streamlining operations and filling gaps in the dpkg functionality like dependency resolution. apt works in concert with software repositories which contain the packages available to install. Such repositories may be a local or a remote server, or less common, even a CD-ROM disk. So I guess what I mean by less common is that nowadays, right? But when I started with Debian, this was actually the most common way to install software because we would get Debian from CDs back in the day, right? So you would install most of it offline because getting online was actually quite a lot expensive. Linux distributions such as Debian and Ubuntu maintain their own repositories, and other repositories may be maintained by developers or user groups to provide software not available from the main distribution repositories. Okay, so one of the easiest examples that I can give you for this, which you have probably already stumbled upon, is like when you install stuff like Brave browser, right? You go to the Brave web page, you click on download Brave for Linux. It will ask you whether you have a Debian or RPM-based distribution. Download Brave browser, right? I will not install it this time. I just want to see get Brave for Linux. Debian, Ubuntu, Mint, Fedora, SUSE, Arch. Okay, yeah, but basically if you're on Debian, okay, it's not as I thought. So they give you instructions on how to add their own repository, and then you just install Brave browser after you add the repository. Okay, this is the exact same as the PDF says, but some of the deb packages actually can set up a repository for you. So when you install a Debian package, the repository gets automatically added, and then you have the auto updates via apt, right? Iceblade is asking, is it like Arch user repository? Absolutely not. The big difference between, I'm not even sure what is Iceblade talking about. Do you mean that like user groups to provide their own repositories? The Arch user repository is a place where Arch users upload their, not there, but whatever packages they feel like maintaining for other Arch users. And it's like a centralized repository of all of the packages that the Arch community, Arch users are preparing for the end user. It is a little bit more complex than this, but generally this is it, right? You have to opt as an Arch user. You have to opt into the Arch user repository, right, in order to use it. Personally, I did not opt into that. I don't use it, but you can opt in, and then you get access to all of the packages that Arch users have prepared for you, right? And this can include the proprietary software as well. Contrary to what this says, like user groups, it can be any repository on the internet. You just have to find it. For example, if you want Brave browser, you have to go to the Brave webpage and you have to copy paste the repository address, and you have to put it into your apt, and then you have the ability to install Brave and update it automatically. But that's the repository just for Brave. If you want to automatically install something, I don't know, Microsoft used to have Skype as a repository for Debian. But a year ago they abandoned this and they now only maintain a snap package and nothing else. So if you want official Skype from Microsoft, the only way to get it is a snap package. So it is what it is. But there were a lot of these repositories which would let me actually give you another example. This is kind of interesting. Download Hyperland installation. Okay, so they say that you have Hyperland for all kinds of distributions, right? So if you go to Arch, you just pacman Hyperland, right? Because it's in Arch main repository. If you do Nix, you do it Nix way, right? But if you do Debian, you can see that there is an asterisk here. And what the asterisk is the, Hyperland recently made it into SID. Okay, I did not expect this actually, because the last time I was on this page, it actually said use this repository that is unofficially maintained by these people, and these people prepare Hyperland for Debian users, but they are completely unrelated to Debian project, or at least in conjunction with this repository. But you can use it and it will work on Debian. It said something like that, right? So it was a Hyperland, like a user repository for Debian, right? So that's how they do it. You may stumble upon a different user repositories for Debian that provide more packages than just one application. I don't know how common that is actually in the real life. Dale Anderson is asking, is it like a PPA for Ubuntu, right? Not exactly, but on the fundamental level, you can say that it's similar. PPAs are not the exact same as regular Debian repositories, but functionality for the end user is quite similar, right? You add a PPA and it provides you with packages, right? I'm just catching up with chat. Iceblade says, so basically like a mirror to download it from. I guess you could say that. Fast fetch, it uses a PPA. I don't know what that means. I think we can. I think we can do the Brave thing just as an example. Ion, welcome in, welcome in. Let's do the example with Brave. I will not install it, but I want to show you how it behaves, right? Okay, so in order to get Brave, let's go back to our Debian here. So let's go with apt search Brave. Okay, so with what we are doing is we are searching for the word Brave in the official Debian repository package list, right? You can see all of these packages, but Brave as a browser doesn't exist in Debian repository, right? This is the current state. Okay, so you go back to the Brave web page, and you can see how it looks like, right? You will need to add keys in order for apt to be able to securely communicate with the server, right? Then you need to add the repository, right? It will add itself to the. Let me show you where it will end. I actually don't want to put this on my system at the moment, but if you guys in chat want me to do this, I can do it. But if you don't really care about actually putting it on the system, then I will skip it. At its apt sources lists, right? So this is these are the sources. These are the repositories that Debian uses by default, right? This one, and this one, right? And if you add to this file or in the apt folder, there is another folder in there. Sources. Sources list .d. So in this folder you can put like a Brave .list file, right? That will contain only the access to the Brave repository, and then you do the apt update, like apt update, and then it will go through all of the listed repositories in the config files, and it will refresh its local database, and then you will go with apt search Brave, and then you will see the Brave browser suddenly becoming available because you now have access to yet another repository along with the default ones of the Debian. So now you have access to all of the Debian stuff plus the Brave stuff, right? You can add as many repositories as you want. The only downside is if you don't pay enough attention on what is it that you are adding, at some point you might get some conflicts. If you add only the repositories that are designed for just one application, usually you're pretty safe in regards to conflicts, because stuff like Brave being designed to be installed on Debian, it will usually use the existing Debian libraries, you know. But if you add some kind of third-party repository that also provides libraries and other kinds of dependencies that other existing programs on your system use, then you might get yourself in a scenario where you update your libraries, by pulling them from another repository. By default, they will not get pulled, but if you're trigger happy with this upgrade and stuff like that, it will automatically pull all of the upgrades from all of your repositories, and you might end up with different versions of libraries that other like base software on your system depend on, which are now no longer compatible with the stuff that you have on system, and stuff might become unstable or even not run. So when you add the repositories, you should first understand what you're doing, basically. I'm glad that Ion has an issue on his end and not on mine. Adding Kali repositories to Ubuntu installation breaks stuff. Of course it breaks stuff. It's not designed for Ubuntu. Also, you would think that Linux Mint is just a little bit of something on top of Debian. But it's not that easy, right? It's not that simple, because Mint, now I'm going to talk out of my ass, but I believe that Mint blocks some packages from Debian and then provides some of their own. And I'm talking about Linux Mint Debian Edition, LMDE, right? That one. It seems like a clean Debian with Cinnamon on top, but it's not just like that, right? It provides some stuff, it replaces some stuff. So if you just put Linux Mint repository on top of your Debian stable, you will most likely break your Debian stable and it will no longer be functional. In theory, you should be able to put Linux Mint repository on top of Debian if you know what Linux Mint team did exactly. So it's not just adding a repository, you have to pay attention to which packages are compatible with what was replaced, what was blacklisted. It gets a little bit complex, and it's not really made to be a drop-in replacement, the Mint repository, right? It's not designed to be a drop-in replacement as a Debian stable upgrade, right? You will break the system if you just do that in a very simple manner and do the dist upgrade. Zoran says you can add a single packages but not a full upgrade. Yeah, but in the long run, it will be a painful experience if you don't. How do I put it? The Debian packaging system is really complex and powerful, right? So just as it can do a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff, it can do a lot of bad stuff if you don't use your opt powers with understanding, right? I think this is getting out of scope for this lesson, but the gist of it is that you absolutely can add all of the random deb or apt repositories to your Debian system, and they will most certainly work. They will be able to provide you with packages, right? If you're going to break your system by upgrading stuff that you shouldn't really be upgrading with the packages from some random third-party repository, that's on you, right? You're the master of your system, and you have the power to do to your system whatever you want. This is your absolute freedom as being the root on your system, right? It's great. apt is great. You just need to learn how to use it before you use it in an advanced way, right? So I don't think that you can break your system if you just use the default Debian stable repository on your Debian stable installation. Whatever you do, you can always get back to a working state. If you uninstall something or too many stuff, you can always get it back, and it will repair itself. But once you start tinkering with stuff that is beyond the default Debian repository, you have a high chance of getting entangled in I need a word in English, but you will miss how to put it. You will have difficulties following what came from where and why something broke. That's the issue when you copy paste like curl scripts from a random web page blindly, right? Like shown here on the Brave website, right? If you know what this is doing, then all power to you. But if you don't know what this is doing, then it's usually not a good idea to just copy paste all of these commands. I can tell you that this will not break your system because I know what this installs. But if you don't know what this installs, then running a curl script on its own is usually a bad idea. That's the thing. Iceblade nailed it, right? This is literally running a random script from the internet. Okay, maybe not the keys part, but Ion asks, if someone doesn't know what it means, how are they supposed to install Brave, specifically the newbies like you? Well, there are a couple of ways to install things. Okay, so if you are a regular Debian user and you need Brave, most likely you will come to the Brave website and you will see these commands, and the instruction says that you should copy paste this to your shell, right, and run these as root. So at this point, you are trusting Brave as a company not to make a problem on your PC. If you don't understand what these will do, then you have the ability to trust this company to provide you with something safe. If you don't trust this company and you don't know what this does, well, in that case, I suppose you shouldn't install Brave. I don't think that there is a third solution. Actually, there is a third solution. There is this solution, but in this case, you are trusting, once again, Brave as a company and GNOME as a company or association, whatever they are, to provide you with some kind of a safe binary. But if this website makes you feel safer than running a script from Brave website, then I guess go ahead and use Flatpak. I mean, FlatHub is not safe just because it's FlatHub, right? But you may have a higher sense of trust into flathub.org simply because it's run by GNOME, by GNOME Foundation, right? So if you trust GNOME Foundation more than you trust Brave, then I suppose you can trust them to, let's say, statistics I suppose you can trust them that after all of these downloads, nobody has reported a security issue to FlatHub, and FlatHub didn't have a reason to remove this package from their website, right? This is similar like with Android Google Play Store, right? If you see something new on Google Play Store and you see that it has like 1,000 downloads and it's free, well, don't download it. That would be my advice. Don't download something that is fresh and has like only 1,000 downloads. If it has like 5 million downloads, there is a good chance that it has been on the App Store for long enough for the App Store to get a report from someone that this is malicious, and the security check from Google failed to detect the malicious code, right? But downloading stuff that has been freshly uploaded and not even signed by any website, right, is usually a bad idea for the Flatpak. Let me just check the chat. Ion says, if someone doesn't know what it means, how are they supposed? Okay, I answered that one. You could get screwed up by just using Arch user repository, since anyone can put anything in there. That is correct, but the Arch user repository offers you a chance to revise what is it that you are pulling and compiling, right? Arch user repository will usually provide you with Git source, which will automatically get downloaded, and with and it will compile it on your system. But the problem with Arch user repository, let me show you what is my problem with that. I don't know what the URL is. Okay, it is like this. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see a package called, let's go with Brave. Okay, so Brave, okay, we have Brave web browser that blocks ads. Let's go with this package. Okay, this is a really good example of my personal problem with Arch user repository, right? So this package called Brave will git clone from a certain repository, right? It is free software. It will fetch source and then it will compile it for you. But the problem is that it has some dependencies, right? It has 57 dependencies. So the first dependency, the amount is not a problem, but something else. The first dependency is alsa-lib, which will pull from Arch repository, Arch main repository, and then it uses Brotli, and Brotli it will pull from Arch user repository, right? So now you have to see what Brotli is, and you have to go here. I'm a bit lost. How did I end up on normal repository? Oh no, sorry, Brotli git. This is optional, sorry. This, okay. This is fine because it's from the main repository. Fine. I mean, this is what the Arch maintainers are maintaining. So the level of trust is different than from regular users. But the Brave compilation needs ffmpeg-git from Arch user repository. And then you go there. And we're waiting for this to open. And then you need to see what this is pulling and what this will compile and where will it fetch it from. And then you have to see these dependencies And then you see that this depends on Jack from Arch user repository. And then you have to make a research into this. And basically you need to see how long has this been on the Arch user repository. And then you have to read the comments, right? Because sometimes these comments will tell you what the package person has done wrong and how this can be improved, right? And you will find yourself, if you want to do your research properly, right, you will find yourself recursively doing the research on 500 packages just to install Brave. If you want to be as safe as and as informed as possible while using the Arch user repository, you will really want to research into all of these packages recursively into Arch user repository, and very quickly you will end up with hundreds of packages that users have put on your system, basically. Not directly because you have allowed all of that, but if you just blindly pull a package called Brave, it will automatically pull a lot of other packages that are maintained by other Arch users, right? So with just one command, you will end up with at least 100 of packages that you did not exactly plan, and you did not do any of the research on them. So whether that makes you feel safe or not, it is completely up to you. I know for a fact that a lot of people are actually using Arch because of the Arch user repository. And I would say, and I think that most of these people blindly trust all of the Arch user package people, right? So from that perspective, it is for me personally. This goes beyond what I can pay attention to, right? Simply by touching Arch user repository, I feel like I am putting a lot of stuff on my system that I really cannot track with my own mind, right? I may have said it in a wrong way, but what I install from Arch main repository, the regular one, is also not trustworthy. What you install from Debian main repository is also not trustworthy. You always need to trust someone, right? But there are different levels of trust. This is subjective, right? This is not written on paper. This is very, very subjective. So in my mind, Arch user repository is below the level of trust that I am able to cope with. FlatHub, where is FlatHub? I closed it. Never mind. On FlatHub, actually I will open it again. Let's go with Golden Dictionary, and let's go with I don't know. Let's go with bottles. Okay. So I said that Arch user repository is below my subjective trust level that I can do. I just don't want to. Okay. You need to accept my personal truth, which is I don't want to use Arch user repository. And then we have FlatHub and packages like Golden Dictionary, which says unverified. Also, what unverified means? This is really simple. This means that the person who has uploaded this did not link this package with their website. So you cannot go to their website and verify who this is, right? You can see with statistics that some people are downloading this, but beyond that, you have no clue who uploaded this and what this binary does. Flatpak being a container, you could restrict it from accessing some of the stuff on your system, but it's not exactly foolproof, right? I mean, it's not exactly how would I put it? Being container is not. It will not save you from everything, right? It will save you from some things, and even for that you have to use Flatpak permission system, right? Usually the package will give itself all of the permissions, and before you run it for the first time, you should check those permissions and disable the ones that you don't like. So if this says unverified, this is also below my trust level, and I don't want to install this. I simply don't want to. Then there is something else, which is Vivaldi. Okay, we have Vivaldi, and it says unverified. Okay, so Vivaldi flat hub package is on the surface, like it is above my level of trust. This is still subjective, right? And why this is why I would install this and not the previous package is simply because I have personally talked to a person who works in the Vivaldi company and the person who actually packages this and puts it on FlatHub. And I am not, how do I put it? This person didn't give me permission to speak in his name, so I cannot tell you why is this unverified, simply because I am not a spokesperson for Vivaldi as a company, but it is the information that this is in fact an official package from Vivaldi. That information on its own is available on the internet, and if you want to know where is it, I can show you where it says that. But they have some reason because why they don't want it to say verified. And then we have stuff like check marks, and what the check mark means, that if you click on this URL, you will end up on the website of the account, of the FlatHub account, which has uploaded the this package. So what this means, the checkmark doesn't mean that this package is safe. The checkmark only means that the person or the account who has uploaded this also owns this website. That's all. So if you trust the person who owns this website, then go ahead and install this package. Okay, so I'm not saying that I trust all of the checkmarked FlatHub packages. It's just that I have reasonable trust into the person behind this website, and I feel comfortable with downloading the Flatpak package that this person, the owner of this website, has uploaded to the FlatHub, right? So this is my level of trust. Also with the regular Arch packages from the regular Arch repository, I have reasonable trust into these packages because there are so many people in the world using these repositories that the chances of these people putting like a spyware on my PC is relatively small. If I would compare it to the Debian repository, I would place Debian higher above Arch Linux. But both of these I am, how do I put it? I am required to trust if I want to use these systems. Okay, so even with Debian, you can never be 100% sure that people behind Debian repository will not put some spyware on your PC, but everything being developed in open, just as with Arch Linux, gives you a relatively high chance that someone else will catch the problem before it reaches your own PC. That's the thing with trust in public, in packages that are being prepared fully open in public, right, by the community. I apologize for such a long monologue, but this had to be said. Ion says there are 3 packages of Brave in our, and two of them are maintained by Brave officially, probably. Brave officially probably is kind of not enough, but you do you. I am perfectly fine with Brave browser being a Flatpak, so that I can at least be assured that the Brave people have packaged it, if nothing else. Del Anderson asks, Brave is nice, but is it really worth the trouble versus using Firefox plus ad blocker? Del Anderson, it is up to you. Brave has a slightly better out-of-the-box experience with blocking ads and YouTube ads and all of the annoying European pop-ups about cookies and some more stuff, right? They do it all for you, while in Firefox you have to install all of these extensions separately. So if you don't mind maintaining those extensions, then Brave usually doesn't provide nothing in particular except being Blink engine compared to Gecko engine. So it is what it is. Demlan Trap says, yeah, but in default repo you trust your OS maintainer, while in our there are lots of random people. Yes. Brave is open source, same as Firefox, but it's proprietary in sense that it earns money by giving its users a chance to grind crypto by watching ads, but that's optional and can be disabled. Okie dokie. I usually don't use Flatpaks, but if it's unverified, it looks more weird. Okay. As I said, the checkmark saying verified doesn't guarantee you anything. You have to visit the website and decide how much you trust it, that particular package. Basically verified source and not verified safe. Yeah, and the source being the website. Okie dokie. Let's go back to our main stuff. I really don't mind these sideways conversations because they are usually related to what we are doing, even if remotely. If you get annoyed by going sideways, feel free to vote in chat, and I'll do what you guys say. You're the boss. I am just the host. Dell says we're here for the monologues. Actually, we can read a PDF by ourselves, especially when the monologue is tangentially related. Tangentially is a really good word. Yes, that's roughly what I meant. I will rewind to this point because I don't remember where is it that we stopped exactly within this paragraph. The apt is a package management system including a set of tools that greatly simplifies package installation, upgrade, removal, and management. apt provides features like advanced search capabilities and automatic dependency resolution. apt is not a substitute for dpkg. Del Anderson, how does it sound to you when I say dpkg? Because this is natural to me, and when I try to spell it in English, it's actually quite perplexing for my tongue. You may think of it as a front end, streamlining operations and filling gaps in dpkg functionality like dependency resolution. apt works in concert with software repositories which contain the package available to install. Such repository may be a local or remote server or even a CD-ROM disk. Linux distributions such as Debian and Ubuntu maintain their own repositories, and other repositories may be maintained by developers or user groups to provide software not available from the main distribution repositories. There are many utilities that interact with apt, the main ones being apt-get. Del says, sounds okay, helps me remember how to spell it. Don't know if English pronunciation other than spelling out DPKG. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. If I would do it by default English, I would also say DPKG. But this alone is a bit tongue twisting for me, and it sounds very unnatural, to be honest. So I just default to how we read it in Croatia. And even if you don't understand what did I just read, I usually use the highlight so that you can track where I am in the text. I use this for myself and for you, right? The tracking mechanism with the mouse. So you shouldn't have too much trouble understanding which is the word that I just read. There are many utilities that interact with apt, the main ones being apt-get. So apt-get is an old one that got replaced with the apt, I don't know how many years ago. I think apt-get is still functional, but it behaves differently. Yeah, it's still there. Actually, it's not still there. This is just which apt-get. It is a binary. Okay, I'm a bit confused. Alexei, can you help me out a little bit? So if you're still here, so the apt-get was the previous front end to the best of my knowledge, and it was somewhat replaced with apt like, let's say 10 years ago. I'm just going blindly with the year. But the command apt-get is still available as a binary. So the version 261 and apt will be 261 as well, right? Yeah. So which apt bin apt and apt-get. So these are two completely different binaries. Yeah, I understand what you mean, Del Anderson. Ion says, I think the dpkg only distributed on software websites because of the newcomers who are used to downloading .exe. Well, that makes sense, yeah. I think apt-get is functional. Yes, it is functional. Alexei says apt-get is still there. Normal apt is made for interactive use. apt-get is left for scripts since its command line interface is kept the same. Okay, so the functionalities between apt-get and apt are in fact different, right? They do pretty much the same thing, but they're not the same, because at some point I simply I have previously used apt-get for a long time, and at some point there was a transition to apt, and basically all of the apt-get switches that I have been using previously, they are kind of the same on apt. It's just that apt may be having more functionalities, but I don't believe that I have used them. So if I would go with apt-get or apt, I think I would use them in a same way. I think. I don't think that I'm advanced user enough to know the concrete difference, the concrete benefit that apt brings on top of apt-get, right? But I'm not sure if this is a part of this lesson or the next one. Yeah, Dell is correct on that. I'm just thinking out loud about the actual difference, but Alexei already answered that one. Okay. What about version 3? When apt bumps to version 3, I suppose apt-get will also follow the same version, right? I mean, they are the same version right now on Debian stable, so... Okay, apt-get used to download, install. Can we think of apt as a kind of wrapper for apt-get? Dale Anderson asks. That is absolutely false, Dale Anderson. Apt and apt-get basically do the same thing. Basically. Both apt and apt-get are command line tools used to manage software packages in Debian-based Linux distributions like Ubuntu. While they serve similar purposes, apt is newer. This sounds like a copy-paste from Google. While they serve similar purposes, apt is a newer, more user-friendly interface that combines the functionality of apt-get and apt-cache. Okay, so the cache is integrated in apt. I didn't actually know that because I always use apt-cache command to check that. Alexei says, yep, but apt-get interface doesn't and will not change. Okay, because of the software that depends on it not to change. Understand. So the new apt has new output format, but apt-get has and will have the old format. Okay, so apt-get is a viable interface even for new scripts if you want to make your scripts to be like, I suppose, statically dependent on apt-get to never change. Does that make sense? Okay, apt-cache used to perform operations like searches in the package index. I actually am wrong about this. I actually use apt-search. I actually use apt-search as a command to search for stuff that I need, as actually witnessed an hour ago on this very stream. apt-file used for searching for files inside packages. Okay. There is also a friendlier utility named simply apt, combining the most used options of apt-get and apt-cache in one utility. Many of the commands for apt are the same as the ones for apt-get. so they are in many cases interchangeable. However, since apt may not be installed on a system, I guess an older system, it is recommended to learn how to use apt-get and apt-cache. Apt and apt-get may require a network connection because packages and package indexes may need to be downloaded from a remote server. Updating the package index. Before installing or upgrading software via apt, it is recommended to update the package index first in order to retrieve information about new and updated packages. This is done with the apt-get command, followed by the update parameter. So the apt-get update. Ariane says, I go to sleep, it is 2 a.m. Have a good time. Thank you very much for visiting, and see you around. Zoran, I don't know since which version of apt, but now you can do something like apt dash capital U to do the update, and then full upgrade. I think this should work on Debian SID. On my system it will not work, but the new version of apt can use the dash capital U to do the inline update, right? It can do the refresh. I don't have SID installed anywhere to show it to you. There may be some more switches that can replace your long alias, but I'm not aware of them. I didn't do a lot of research into new apt. The dash capital U is one of the things that make me happy. Let's go back to the PDF. Okay, so the update command refreshes the sources. Instead of Iceblade is asking apt info. I don't know what that sentence means. Instead of apt-get update, you can also use apt update. Of course you can. Installing and removing packages. While the package index, with the package index updated, you may now install a package. This is done with apt-get install, followed by the name of the package that you wish to install. Okay, so this is the normal procedure to install something. Apt-get install, and let's say that we want, I don't know, NeoVim. I think I already have it, but never mind. It's already the newest version. Do I have Vim? I don't have Vim. Okay, let's install Vim. So I think that all of you are already familiar with this with this most basic command, but generally what apt-get and apt do is they pull the package that you need, and it will automatically pull the dependencies, right? So Vim runtime and libsodium23 will be automatically pulled with Vim, right, as a dependency, and it will also give you suggestions that you may want to install stuff like scripts for Vim or documentation for Vim, and it will also inform you what is going to be installed. So you can just press enter to install, and it will pull all of that and set it up, and you are done. So this is the typical behavior of pretty much every package manager. ChatGPT says apt and apt-get share the same core libraries and package management backends. Okay, so installing and Okay. Iceblade says thought. That was a command you could use to find what you were looking for in apt u thingy. You mean the like a manual? This version of apt doesn't have the -u, as far as I know. I mean, if it would have it, it would work. So I think we need Trixie for that, not Sid. Okay, we have installed something. Similarly, to remove a package, use apt-get remove followed by the package name. So apt-get remove xurnal or anything else that you want to remove will remove the package. Be aware that when installing or removing packages, apt will do automatic dependency resolution. This means that any additional packages needed by the package you're installing will also be installed, and that package can depend on the package you're removing will also be removed. Apt will always show what will be installed or removed before asking if you want to continue. So for example, remove p7zip. It also removes automatically all of the other stuff that has been automatically installed when you have pulled this original package, right? So we can see that by running remove vim, apt-get remove vim, and it will remove vim, but it doesn't auto-remove the automatically installed packages. It recommends using auto-remove, which is something that I actually knew, but I was kind of reading this and wondering if this is correct. So apparently this is false in this PDF. Apt will do. I mean, apt can automatically auto-remove, but clearly not with this command. So this text has an error. Note that when a package is removed, the corresponding configuration files are left on the system. To remove the package and any configuration files, use the purge parameter instead of remove, or remove parameter with the purge option. Okay, so I want to show you something. Let's say that we will remove vim without the purge. Alexis says this is not false. Your example is just reversed. It says that packages that depend on the package you're removing are also removed. Okay, maybe I read it too quickly. Be aware when installing or removing apt will do automatically, and packages that depend on the package you are moving will also be. Oh, okay. Okay, I apologize. I usually remove. How do I say it? I usually remove user-facing stuff, such as programs, right? Not shared libraries. So of course, if I would remove a C library, most of my system would be removed, but that would work, yes. But usually I remove stuff like a user-facing program, and if the user-facing program has pulled something when it was installed, yes, exactly. If I remove vim runtime, then vim will be removed as well, right? But I wanted to show to everyone something else that is kind of convenient regarding the config files. So if you have used the regular, where did I type it? Regular remove command. Okay, so in this case, we're just removing vim. and these dependencies have stayed. But not only have dependencies stayed, but the config files for Vim have also stayed, right? So if you do the debug list, there may be a better command for this, but this is the one that I usually use. Grep Vim. I want to list all of the installed packages on my system, and I want to grab just the line that contains Vim, right? So you can see NeoVim runtime, la 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 la, and basically the Vim config files are no longer here. So maybe this was a bad example, right? Iceblade says so purge is config file and not the actual file. What purge is doing, purge is removing both the software and the configuration files. Let's remove NeoVim. NeoVim. Okay, so it will only remove NeoVim, and it will it will leave a lot of other shit installed, but that's what I want. Okie dokie. Let's list installed packages and grep NeoVim. This one also didn't have any config files. Okay, I need a better example with config files. I want to show people. I want to show this part to people, but I don't know what. Apt install NeoVim and Vim. Let's get it back. Okay, and now I want. I'm looking what could have some config files. Actually, this may be a good example. Fonts powerline. Apt install. What did it say? Fonts-powerline. Okay, so I'm going to install Fonts powerline. It says that it will also pull font config. Okay, this is fine. Let's install it. Okay, we now have Fonts powerline. Let's list all of the packages on our system and grep, not that. Let's grep powerline. Okay, so you can see that we have installed Fonts powerline, right? Okay, and we are now going to remove it. Apt remove Fonts powerline. Okay, we are going to remove it. Good. And let's list our installed packages on our system and grep powerline so that we can see that it is no longer installed. And what did you notice here? It is still listed here. And it is also listed here. So when it was installed, it was listed within the installed packages. And now that we are sure that we have removed it, it is still listed with the list of all of the installed packages. But there is one tiny difference. When it was installed, there was this flag here. And now that this is uninstalled, the flag has changed. Okay, so this means that the config files have remained on the system. This is something that you want to be able to accomplish in case if you are temporarily removing some software for whatever reason. There can be multiple reasons why you're doing something temporarily, but you wish to keep the config files, and then when you install it back, then it will be as it was regarding the config files on your system that have remained behind, right? So, okay, I will get to what Alexei said, but first I want to show how I do it, and then we'll do it the Alexei way, because, you know, I usually do things in a simplistic way, but I usually concentrate of getting stuff done, and when I have the need to, you know, expand the knowledge to a higher level because, you know, the need has arisen, then I learn some more. This is usually how it works for me, but more knowledge the better. So the stupid way, let's call it the stupid way, but it works, is apt remove fonts powerline. You can use apt purge fonts powerline. Okay, so now it says that the following packages will be removed again, but now it has a star here. The star means that it will also purge the config files. Okay, so if I just press enter now, then it will be removed completely from the system, and it will no longer be listed at all within the listed packages, right? So this is the way that you can purge some leftovers, right, for this power line, right? So I'm gonna press enter now, and it has removed the package again, but since the package wasn't actually installed, it actually removed the leftovers. So let's list all of the packages on my system and grep powerline, and voila, there is nothing that fits this grep command. So we have successfully removed everything. However, if we do the grep rc and like this, is it like this? It should. Is it possible that I don't have any other leftovers on my system? I guess it is. Okay, then let's go ahead and install Powerline again. apt install fonts Powerline, apt remove fonts Powerline. Okay, grep, and yeah, okay, now again we have this leftover, right? We have installed it, we have removed it, and the leftover, because we didn't use purge, the leftover is the config files. And let's see how Alexei does it. Apt list like this. Okay. Okay, so what is tilde C? Apt purge tilde C. I need to see how is it described. It's apt search pattern. C man apt patterns. Okie dokie. This is a floodgate of new stuff for me. False selects nothing. patterns where pattern doesn't match, or true. Holy cow. Selects packages that have broken dependencies. Selects packages that are not fully installed but have solely residual configuration files left. Nice. Selects packages that can be removed automatically. Garbage files. Selects packages that are currently installed. Okay. Regex. Select packages that no longer exist in repositories. Okay, this is actually useful. This is quite useful if you have been using a third-party repository to install some software and you now want to get rid of it. I guess one of the easy ways could be removing the repository first, and then using this this trigger to remove everything that you have on your system that is no longer present in the repository, because you have removed the repository. So everything that came from the repository which you have now removed should be gone from your system. So this sounds very, very nice, very useful actually, so that you don't have to remember what came with that repository. Combining these packages, patterns can do very complex stuff in a single command. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. There's a lot of stuff here. I think this should be a homework for everyone. apt patterns. Okay, let's go back to apt. Okay, let's apt purge everything with residual files. Okay, so it is going to remove only the font's power line. Let's go to my Raspberry Pi. That one has been installed for quite a while, and there will be something residual remaining for sure. Darts at okay. We are on my Raspberry Pi 5. That's where my peertube is. Sudo apt purge dash tilde c. Okay. The following packages will be removed: Chromium browser, Joe, Linux image 6620, Linux image 66, la 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 la. There are a lot of old Linux images, and did I just show my SSH key? Yeah, probably yes, but you can't access my LAN, so what can I do? I can also change it, but it is internal network of mine. You can't really SSH into my network. You would have to use VPN first. But yes, this is good. Nice way to remove stuff quickly. Key fingerprint is SHA 256. That's not a big issue, the fingerprint thing. But yeah, I should have known that I did not connect from that angle previously. But it is what it is. I will change it after the stream just to be on the safe side. But still, you would have to first get into my network in order to have a chance to even attempt to reach my SSH server, if that makes sense. And even if you could, you would still need a password to do anything. So the fingerprint thing will not help you too much to break into my system. I mean, the fingerprint thing is something that reflects to the outside. If I would have my SSH server publicly available, then even then, showing you my fingerprint on the screen here would be just the same as you would is if you would SSH from your machine to mine, and the same fingerprint would be presented to you. So I'm just saying, because for a moment you scared me, because I tend to show stuff on stream that I didn't meant to. So I simply had to talk it through out loud, right? To see what exactly did I do. But it's a good thing to be safe, right? When I was doing a tutorial for WireGuard, you're correct. You for keeping me on my toes. Yeah, that's perfect. I appreciate it. The thing is, when I was preparing a tutorial for WireGuard a couple of days ago, I have shown so many things on the screen which I really should not have. I have shown my private keys for WireGuard, my public keys for WireGuard. I have shown my public IP address of my internet connection. I have shown, what else was it? I have shown my some of the names of my VPN connections, which I really don't want you to see, because these are private VPNs. Well, they're private, right? For the reason. And when I was editing the video, I saw what I did. I mean, I was aware what I was showing, because after when I would be editing the video, when I was recording, I didn't want to put too much effort into obfuscating my keys. I just wanted to do it while I was editing. So I would just put a red not squares, but whatever, red squares during the editing procedure. But the problem that I did when I was doing the instructions, right? When I was recording, I would do things like, I don't know, a window would appear during recording, and I would move it around because it fits better in the left side of the window, and then I would realize where my camera is, and then I would move it to the right, and my private key would be like here, and then it would be here, and then here, and all this animation would require me to do the video editing in a way that I would have to animate the square that is hiding the secret. And I realized quickly that the editing would take so many hours that it would take like a literal day just to edit the stupid video, because of the way how I recorded it. And then I just said, screw it, I'm gonna show all my keys, all my VPN keys to everyone. And that's what I did. And I just changed all of the keys after the stream for the new ones, and said, the editing was much faster this way. Hiding stuff is a pain in the behind. When even when things are static on the screen, and when I realized that I moved my window around, it was it was like a flicker of my how do you call them, nerve in my forehead. Demlan Trap is asking, are you using Kdenlive to edit videos? Yes, that is correct. Sorry, I failed to answer Dell's question, but yeah, the fingerprint will be. Let me show you. This is a good. This is a good exercise. Not related to the topic, but let's do it anyways. SSH into what is the name? sdf.org. sdfeu.org. So this is a public. This is a public SSH server, right? I just happen to know that this host has an SSH server open for the public, right? So when you start connecting for the first time, it will ask you, it will offer you the fingerprint for this server, right? And you will accept it. And when you accept it, you will be able to connect it, and it will say permanently added this host with this fingerprint to the list of known hosts, and the known host is in your .ssh directory in your home folder. So if you go to .ssh folder, you will see that you now have known hosts here, and the known hosts file is a list of all of the hosts that you have saved the fingerprint for. So in this case, I will not show you this file because then you will know where do I connect in my life. So this could get embarrassing, although I don't think that I have connected with this account to basically anywhere, but just as a precaution, I will not do it. And in this, actually, let me see what I have in this file. Cut known hosts. What the hell? Something unexpected is in this file, but never mind. But in some cases it will show, Alex say it will show hosts. Let me just see on another terminal on Arch Linux. Yeah, on Arch Linux, it actually shows all of the destinations where I have my keys saved for, right? So I have been connecting previously to. Let me show you. Look, this is on Arch Linux, right? It clearly tells you. It clearly shows that I have been connecting to sdf.org. So if you would see the rest of my list, then I might be sad. So what I wanted to say about fingerprints is once you trust the fingerprint for this SSH server that you're connecting to, it will be saved in your home folder. And if something happens, like a man-in-the-middle attack or something similar, or if the host changes their keys, then you will get a warning on your next connection attempt that the fingerprint no longer matches, and then you would need to decide regarding what is going on. In most cases, it will not be a man-in-the-middle attack, but rather the host has changed their keys. But you might get triggered simply because it has happened, and now we have been informed that the key no longer matches, the fingerprint no longer matches, and now you have the chance to If you're sure that the server keys have changed, if it is a public access or something, usually you would go to their webpage and it would be in their blog post or something. We have changed our keys. Be aware that your SSH session is now going to warn you about this, and you're now safe to go into your known hosts and simply delete those lines where you keep this fingerprint saved, and then you will accept the new one, right? But if it is a man-in-the-middle attack, you will be warned about it, right? Weird that Arch doesn't do that. Yes, actually, I have been using Arch for some time now, and I have been I actually reinstall my hosts quite often, some of my hosts at home. So I reuse the internal LAN IP address almost always. And as I reinstall the system, then my SSH server changes, and I keep getting a prompt for this fingerprint not matching anymore, right? And then I go to known hosts and delete these to resave them again, right? That's how I remember that the hosts are listed, and that's how I forgot that they are not listed on Debian. That's why I thought that they would be listed, right? To clarify, we are only worried that he revealed the public key of a place he visits, not the private key, or that the location or anything that will directly allow hacking. Well, Dale Anderson, you're correct, but the fact that I have been connecting to my own internal server is not a privacy issue, because I literally showed you on the stream that I am now connecting to my own server, right? What could be a privacy problem is if I would show you my known hosts file on my Dart username on my Arch, because that file actually contains all of the fingerprints, all of the servers that I connect to. So that would not be a security issue, but it would be a privacy issue. I am actually still holding this as I got it, and I actually want to eat some of that. Talk something in chat for a moment while I handle some of this food, because it's cold. The weather is great. Yes. I just wanted to ask the same question as Demlan Trap asked, but Alexei, can you share? Would you share which part of Russia are you from? Because I know Sibir is very cold, but if you said that it is a bit snowy, then you're most definitely not in Sibir, because I think there is always snow there. Time to grab a drink, yeah, correct. Oh yeah, I understand. In Croatia, we don't get much snow. We used to get it when I was younger, but it's kind of how do I put it? Not you cannot notice the difference year after year, but when you look back on your entire life, you can see that the snow has been on decline in Croatia. So when I was a kid, we used to have a ton of snow, right, for the most of the winter, and now like I'm 43, right? So when I was a kid enjoying the snow, let's say that was I don't know 35 years ago, roughly, or a bit more. Then that was that was like a lot of snow, where I could ride the snow. What do you call it? The wooden thing that you ride the snow downhill. So we could do that for quite a lot of the winter. And nowadays we get two snows during one entire winter, and both of these two snows last one day, and that's about it. And usually it's not even enough of snow that you cannot drive a car. Usually you can drive a car just fine. Regarding to how much of this snow we get on this one day. Sled, yeah, thank you. Toboggan? In Croatian, toboggan is a Croatian word that means the thing in the kids park, the thing that you ride for 2 meters downwards until you hit the sand. That's toboggan in my language. Thank you. This is toboggan, Dale Anderson. This is literally toboggan. Exactly the way you wrote it. The toboggan with the water stream, we called it vodeni toboggan, or vodeni meaning water. So it's always a toboggan. It's just a matter of is it water, not powered by water, like watered toboggan or not. Oh, this is this toboggan. Alexis says we call it gorka. You know, the word gorka in Croatian means bitter. That's interesting. I'm actually interested in learning other Slavic languages, and I was thinking in my head for a very long time which one would I start learning first. And then I was like, oh no, maybe that doesn't make too much sense. Maybe I should learn Italian. And then maybe I should learn German. And then maybe I should learn French. And then I was like, okay, which one is the most useful to me to actually learn? And then I realized no language is actually useful for me personally, and for many other people, next to English, right? So you know your mother tongue, you know English, and you're basically good for the most of the world and communicating with most people, because for some reason we got ourselves in a situation where everyone is kind of forced to learn English, right? It is what it is. There is nothing we can do about it right now, but it's how it is. It's like a universal language, for better or worse. It gives a little bit of advantage to native English speaking people, but once again, it is what it is. So which one would be useful for me as a third language? Well, there is none. If I would work in Italy, then of course I would have to learn that one. Or, whichever job would make you connected to a certain country. In that regards, you would absolutely have to learn one of their languages in order to get proper advantage in that country, right? Thanks, British Empire, yeah. Who said Latin? I did not say Latin. I don't want to learn Latin. Machina is a car? Interesting, because in Croatian, the word machina is not a car. It means, I don't know if I can translate it properly. Machina is a device, like a contraption that does something. For example, I think it's from German. Actually, it's not actually a Croatian word, machina, because we appropriated the word from German that says Waschmaschine, which is basically washing machine for your clothes, right? But we have Waschmaschine. Wasch is dirty clothes, and Maschine is a device that does your laundry, right? So you need Wasch and Maschine together, and then you get Waschmaschine. Generic machine. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, anyways, with my languages, once I realized I can't sit in one place for so long. Once I realized that no particular language will give me any particular, life advantage that can be calculated. So from that perspective, I just said to myself, okay, let's learn something for pure passion. It doesn't have to be useful. Let's go with something. And that something is basically, I don't think I can reach this goal, but it's good to have unreachable goals, I think. So I would like to learn all of the Slavic languages to a useful degree, right? And then I was just going like eti and I was thinking between some of the languages, including Russian, and I ended up with Polish. So currently I'm like self-learning Polish, right? And once I get it done, then maybe Ukrainian and then Russian. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think I believe, actually, not think. I believe that Ukrainian is like halfway from Polish to Russian, but I'm not sure. I'm just looking for which is the easiest path to get to the end goal, right? This channel is the only channel where you can learn Debian package tools and some Slavic languages. It is a complete package. Correct, Alexei. It is a complete package, and that is why we are learning apt package manager. So apt can actually download language packages. I'm not even kidding. Apt can, in fact, download language packages, even Croatian and Russian. No worries, it can download all of them. Dale Anderson is asking what is the end goal. There is no goal. I have expressed myself in a wrong way. Let me rephrase. At one point, I realized that there is no actual usefulness that can be measured, right? When you say that you only speak Croatian and now you want to learn English, this is legit useful. That is subjective fact that learning English is legit useful skill, right? But learning Polish is pretty much useless from most of the perspectives, right? Unless you are planning to visit that country and be cool to the local people. But generally, English is relatively enough. But once I realized that no language will give me any particular benefit in my life, then I just went to let's pick one out of pure passion, and I just decided let's go with Polish first, then we can go with maybe Ukrainian and then to Russian and then go back to, I don't know, Czech language and Slovak and I don't know, Mađarski is a little bit off. It's not a Slavic language. I'm not sure how long would it take me to get a grip on that one, because it's really different from anything that surrounds them. But I might as well learn all of the Slavic ones, because I have this advantage of being a Slav. So I have a good baseline on understanding how Slavic languages function. Each one is very different, right? But how do you call it? Cases, right? In English, how many cases does English has? 2.5, I think. Dale Anderson, help me out with English. How many cases do you have in English? If I'm not mistaken, the correct answer is like 2.5, like 2 general cases and 1 that could be could be called a case. Just confirm it that I'm not wrong. Demlin trap is actually correct on this one. I have also considered that one. Well, Dale Anderson language cases. Okay, let me. I know what I want to say, but the only language in which I can explain myself is Croatian. So I'm gonna ask the bot to help me out a little bit. It has two cases. Yeah, I think that's what I meant. So it says here three cases: subjective, objective, and possessive. Subjective case is used for the subject of a sentence, the person or thing performing the action. For example, I is used when the pronoun is in the subject of the sentence. The objective is used for object of the sentence, the person or thing receiving the action. And the possessive case indicates possession of the ownership. For example, my is used to show that something belongs to the speaker. So this is really, really simple. Like this is like 100 times simpler than Slavic languages. Trust me. A good example to illustrate, I gave the book to her. Okay, let me show you what I mean by this. Yeah, I wanted to leave it a surprise to Del Anderson. But yes, we have 7 cases. Also Russians have 7, as far as I know. And Polish as well. Okay, nominative, genitive, dative, accusative, vocative, locative, and instrumental. All of the cases in Croatian language. So this means daughter. In the nominative, daughter is kći. There is genitive. It is no longer kći, now is kćeri. So let me give you an example. Nominative, the case is used for the subject of a sentence answering the question who or what. It is the dictionary form of the noun. For example, mom is beautiful, mom is pretty, or if you want the daughter is pretty, but in Croatian, kćer is pretty. But if you want to show possession, now the word completely changes. It is no longer I remember mother. So in English it would be mom or mother is beautiful. I remember mother, right? It's always mother, 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 mother. But in Croatian, mother is beautiful means, or let's say daughter. It's a better example. Daughter is kćer je lijepa, but in genitive, it's no longer kćer is lijepa. Now it is sorry, I mixed the words. It's no longer kćer, I remember her, but the word kćer changes to I remember, or in Croatian, sjećam se kćeri. So here the word daughter is kćer, and in dative, in genitive is no longer kćer, but it is kćeri. It has an extra letter, and it morphs 7 times. Sorry, this is too complex to even for me to attempt to explain to someone who doesn't have as many. And I shouldn't really do that too much on stream. Old Serbian used to have 2, but after reform they piled up to 7. At some point, reforms have improved language, but also made it more complicated. I didn't actually know that. When did Serbian switch from 2 to 7? When it became Hrvatsko-Srpski, Croatian Serbian, or even before that? Yeah, I understand, they'll understand. You have a lot of in English you have a lot of words that kind of morph when you would not expect them to do that. Let's finish the lesson and then we'll go back to languages. Note that when a package is removed, the configuration files are left on the system. To remove the package and any configuration files, use the purge. We have already done it. We have purged all of them. We purged them all. Yes. Okay. 2 ways to purge. You can also use apt install and apt remove. Okay, this is one of my favorite switches. I think I have already mentioned this one at some point. It is possible to have broken dependencies on a system, and I will give you a good example. This means that one or more of the installed packages depends on other packages that have not been installed or are not present anymore. This may happen due to an apt error or because of a manually installed package. Okay, this is the example that I wanted to give you. To solve this, use the apt-get install -f command. This will try to fix the broken packages by installing the missing dependencies, ensuring that all packages are consistent again. Okay. After the reform of Vuk Karadžić, we are going to look it up on the internet. I was just thinking how we used to have the language that was called Croatian Serbian, right? It was one language officially. I was wondering if that was the moment when Serbian was how did you call it, changed, right? Or was it changed even before? Because right now the Croatian and Serbian are not that different. They still use only 2. I would actually like to hear how that sounds. If you can find me a text written with only 2 Serbian cases, maybe you can send it to me on Matrix or something. So I want to read it. I have actually maybe this may be embarrassing, but I'm gonna be honest. I did not know that Serbian ever had this form of language when it was only 2 cases, and now I'm very intrigued to learn more. So if you can link something to me to read, please do. I want to read it. It doesn't matter if it's in Cyrillica. I can read Cyrillica. I just want to see the text. To solve this, I use the apt-get -f command. Okay, so one of the examples, if you download, let's say, Discord from their website, it will be discord.deb. And if you don't have the dependencies for Discord, you will dpkg-i discord.deb, and it will start installing, and it will most likely complain that you don't have some dependencies, and then it will stop installing, and then you will have a state of the system which is not clean in the package management system, right? So either you will need to remove this package that you have not installed all the way through. It is like in Twilight Zone now, or if you don't remove it, you have to satisfy the dependencies. And usually such Debian packages that are downloaded from the web page are dependent on the core libraries of the system, right? So usually it means that all of the dependencies are in the system, in the repository, in the normal repository of your system, right? But you just don't have them installed at the moment, and then you just do the apt install -f, and what the -f does in this command is it checks which packages have the conflicting state where they lack some dependencies, and then it tries to see if the available repository contains all of the required dependencies, and if it does, then it installs them all. It installs them all for you, and it finishes the installation of the original deb file that you actually wanted to install, but it was in some kind of a Twilight Zone limbo state until the dependencies were completely met by automatic pulling from the repository, right? Daemlen trap, you said it's not officially used anymore, but this doesn't matter. I just want to see it for the sake of the culture, if you know what I mean. Like, there are some things that I completely missed. Maybe we were not taught this in school, in Croatian school, right? Maybe I didn't miss it. Maybe nobody ever put this information in our books, right? In elementary school. But these are some of the interesting things for me personally, because I kind of like languages. I'm not a linguistic person, or how do you say it in English? A polyglot. I'm not a polyglot kind of a person. It's quite difficult for me to learn new languages, but I am interested in our histories of basically. I'm interested in a lot of history of the world, but for some reason I have a little bit deeper connection with Slavic histories. So from that perspective, I tend to be attracted to reading more about Slavic histories, right? Whether it means a 2K Serbian language or learning, I don't know, whatever. English grammar has nominative, accusative, genitive, vocative, possessive, and dative cases according to Google AI. Been too long since high school for me to say. Okay. But if it's actually... But Google AI is then different than Brave AI. So let's read it from a reliable source next time. Upgrading packages. apt can be used to automatically upgrade any installed packages to the latest version available from the repositories. This is done via the apt-get upgrade command. Before running it, first update the package index with the apt-get update. Okay, first you update apt-get update, and then you upgrade. We don't need to show this. Not that I have anything to update on my system, but you all know how this behaves. The summary at the bottom of the output shows how many packages will be upgraded, how many will be installed, removed, or kept back, the total download size, and how much extra disk space will be needed to complete the operation. To complete the upgrade, just answer Y and wait for apt-get to finish the task. Yeah, the thing with pronouns is that in English, pronouns are a separate word, and in Croatian, we do have pronouns as separate word, but we don't always use them depending on a sentence. This will get a little bit complex. I don't want to drag it too much, but we can, for example, in English, when you say she is pretty, okay, you can say it literally like that in Croatian. She is pretty, ona je lijepa. This is literally three literally translated same words, and this is normal usage in Croatian. But you don't have to use it like that. You can just say like when you say ona je lijepa, you can remove this one and switch these two, and it will be lijepa je. And when you say lijepa, it automatically means it is a she. The word lijepa means pretty, but the case tells you that it is actually not the case. Sorry, I missed the topic completely because you fooled me a bit with the pronouns thing. This is not cases. This is the gendered words in Croatian. So we can say the word pretty in different ways. It can be male pretty or female pretty, or how do you put it? A child is not male or female. A child is a child, right? It's a third gender. But yeah, this will be a crazy lesson to someone who will be watching a video on demand. I promise I will not do that next time. To upgrade a single package, just run apt-get childit. Yeah. To upgrade a single package, just run apt-get upgrade followed by the package name. As in dpkg, apt-get will first check if a previous version of a package is installed. If so, the package will be upgraded to the newest version available in the repository. If not, a fresh copy will be installed. You can also use apt upgrade or apt update. The local cache. When you install or update a package, the corresponding .deb file is downloaded to a local cache directory before the package is installed. By default, this directory is var cache apt archives. Partially downloaded files are copied to var cache apt archives partial. As you install and upgrade packages, the cache directory can get quite large. To reclaim space, you can empty the cache by using the apt-get clean command. This will remove the contents of the var cache apt archives and var cache apt archives partial directories. You can also use apt clean. So let's go ahead and see what is it to clean here. Apt clean, and we have no idea what did we just clean, but it is now clean. Searching for packages. The apt cache utility can be used to perform operations on the package index, such as searching for a specific package or listing which packages contain a specific file. Okay, this could get a little bit complex, but it's good to know. To conduct a search, use apt cache search followed by search pattern. The output will be a list of every package that contains the pattern, either in its package name, description, or files provided. Let's apt cache search test. Okay, so we have a lot of results for the word test as expected, but what if we do apt search test? Will this be the same result or not? I think this is the same result. It's just colored and prettier for the eyes. Yeah, I guess now I understand why is apt get better for scripting by default. I suppose I can tell apt search to remove colors, but let's see if I can do it here. You can pipe it to word counter to see how many lines are there. Oh, okay. Actually, search is one of subcommands which is completely different between apt cache and apt. Yeah, because the PDF says that apt cache can search the files as well, while I don't remember that apt would ever search for file names inside the packages. Apt cache search test word count lines. Okay. But this will not be a good result because the apt search will draw 3 lines per one package. So this actually fits. This is 3 times more results than the apt cache. I don't know. I mean, this number is not exactly 3 times as this one, but it's close. So it's a coincidence, maybe. Maybe this one has more because it also searches for test files, and the apt doesn't search for files but only package names. No, I understand. I'm just surprised that it is close to 3 times because of this, right? 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines. Okay, that's what I expected. Neither searches for files. So it says here files provider. So is that a mistake? Let's try it like this. Let's try something obvious. Which host name. Let's try with that word. Apt cache search host name. Okay, so what we have here, I think the PDF is correct. But we can prove it. So the PDF says that Alfred, the package, contains the word hostname, but not in the description. So let's go ahead and see the Alfred files. Okay, apt, was it -l? Alfred. I actually forgot what was the switch to get. Oh, dpkg. Sorry. But Alfred is not installed. I don't want to install all this. Actually, apt install. How does it work? -d? No. Apt. I forgot. There is a switch that just downloads the package. The full description. Okay, let's be a noob. Let's be a noob for a moment, but this website is actually very useful, especially if you forget the switches, because it gives you an easier overview of some things, right? So you can go with Alfred because we are looking for a package named Alfred and we are looking in the stable distribution, right? So let's go ahead and search and we will find it here. Okay, so it definitely has the word host names in the description. We can go to AMD 64. Actually, that's not what I wanted. Let's go with search the contents. The contents of the Alfred. How did I get there? Oh, it's just this one file. Okay, then it's definitely a description. Okay. Okay, once you get to scripting, these things add up one on top of the other. Blindly remembering all of these switches is a little bit of, well, not so easy, but you need to start using these things and then it will sit both for you and for me. Okay, in the example above, the entry liblism 5 compression library does not seem to match the pattern. What? To conduct, I didn't understand. To conduct a search, use apt-cache search with the pattern. Okay, and then they give us apt-cache search p7zip. And okay, we get results. In the example above, the entry libris does not seem to match the pattern. But why would it match the pattern? Who said it should match the pattern? I suppose they are only making a statement, which may be important later. Okay, does not seem to match the pattern. However, if we show the full information, including the description for the package using the show parameter, we will find the pattern there. Okay, understand, but what I got confused about is that they didn't search for that pattern. They searched for p7zip, and then they kind of complained that the pattern is not being showed, this one. But they didn't even search for this pattern, so it's kind of I don't know. Am I the only one who sees this, who who sees this in a weird way. They searched for this and then complained that this is not visible. Or maybe I'm crazy. Okay, apt cache show lib lism appet, and then we see the contents of that. Okay, good. You missed the text under P7? I don't think I missed anything. This is literally the result. So they are asking for search P7 zip, and the result is four packages, right? So when they searched for P7 zip, they got six results, right? They got a result containing 6 packages when they searched for this. And then they wrote in the example above, the entry liblismapet does not seem to match the pattern. Okay. However, if we show the full information, including description for the package using the show parameter, we will find this pattern there. We will find liblismapet pattern. I mean, it's a long pattern, not just this. Actually, the whole pattern is not here, or I'm blind. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can use regular P7 zip is the pattern, yes, Alexei, but I don't understand what they mean by in the example above the liblismapet. See, the pattern is all of this, right? This is the pattern. You can see it. You can see it because it's shaded. The background is shaded. This is the entry from apt cache output, yes. Maybe I misunderstood the concept of this paragraph. But okay, we now know how to search packages and package contents and descriptions. You can use regex with the search pattern, allowing for very complex and precise searches. However, this topic is out of scope for this lesson. Okay, you can also use apt search instead of apt cache search, and apt show instead of apt cache show. We have already done that. The sources list. Apt uses a list of sources to know where to get packages from. This list is stored in the file sources list located inside the etc apt directory. They're saying that this particular line from apt cache doesn't seem to have pattern P7 zip, but it actually has it in the full description. Okay, now I understand. But they focused on one line, and I think that confused me because we got 6 results and not one. They simply picked one to dig into deeper. Okay, now it makes sense. Iceblade says, yeah, they explain why. It's just me being stupid. It's fine. That's why I have you guys to explain it to me. apt uses a list of sources, which is sources list in the added apt directory. This file can be edited directly with a text editor like VI, Pico, Nano, or with graphical utilities like Aptitude or Synaptic. A typical line inside sources list looks like this. So we are doing the Debian package manager and we have the Ubuntu example. Del Anderson says, "You're not stupid. There are many lines in this PDF I have to read multiple times to make sense of. Not entirely clearly written." Alexei is one step ahead of the PDF once again, or maybe a full lesson ahead, or the entire document. Anything is possible. Okay, a typical line inside sources list looks like this. Deb, and then the URL, right? And then the, how do you call them? The repositories, right? Inside the, how do I say it? The parts of the repository, right? I don't remember a thing called Disco. Universe and Multiverse I do remember. In Ubuntu, Universe, I kind of forgot. It was a long time ago when I cared about this. Universe is like an expanded original Ubuntu repository that contains stuff like non-free applications or something like that regarding licenses or things like that. And Multiverse contains, I don't know, proprietary stuff. Camera. Okay, time for camera to sleep. Ne vidi se. The syntax is archive. Aha, okay. The syntax is archive type. Okay, Debian. The URL. Okay. The distribution. Okay. The Disco is the what we have in Debian called bookworm. Okay. The distribution, version, and one or more components where archive. Let me just turn on the camera again. The archive type. A repository may contain packages with ready-to-run software. Binary packages type deb, or with the source code to the software source packages type deb-src. Src. The example above provides binary packages. The URL for the repository, the name or code name for the distribution for which packages are provided. So let's say bookworm. One repository may host packages for multiple distributions. In the example above, Disco is the code name for Ubuntu 1904 Disco Dingo. I actually now remember Disco Dingo, but I completely forgot about the first name. Components, each component represents a set of packages. That's what I was searching for, a set of packages. These components may be different on different Linux distributions. For example, on Ubuntu and derivatives, they are main, contains officially supported open source packages. Restricted contains officially supported closed source software like device drivers for graphics cards, for example. Universe contains community maintained open source software. Okay, so I was completely wrong about what Universe is. And Multiverse contains unsupported closed source or patent encumbered software on the okay, and then we go with Debian. So I got this right. And this, I did not actually know that this is a user repository. So this is like, if that makes sense to compare, this is the closest thing that Ubuntu has to Arch user repository. but not really, because we also have packstall. I don't know who told me about this, but this is literally the Arch user repository, but for Ubuntu. It basically works. I tried it on one of the streams. It sucked. Okay, that's a bit harsh for me, but I couldn't find a single reason why I would use this. So it is what it is. But yeah, Universe also feels a little bit like contains community maintained open source software. So we need to better understand what does community maintained means. But I haven't used Ubuntu for a while, so I completely forgot all of these things. On Debian, Demlan Trap, was it Disco Dingo? Yeah, sorry for not reading, but clearly you have gotten it right. On Debian, main consists of packages compliant with the Debian free software guidelines, which do not rely on software outside this area to operate. Packages included here are considered to be part of the Debian distribution. Contrib contains DFSG compliant packages, but which depend on other packages that are not in main. Okay, so one of the things that is in Contrib is ZFS, and how I know that, because I have used it today. I have installed ZFS today, and I had to add Contrib. And the reason why ZFS is in Contrib is because of the licensing that it uses. It is a free software license, CDDL or CDDL. It is a free software license, but incompatible with GPL. So both GPL and CDDL are restrictive licenses, free licenses, but restrictive licenses. And they are like a dog and a cat, so they cannot live in the same space legally. So Debian cannot give you an install medium with Linux and ZFS on the same ISO image. You have to get it on your own. And also not only that you have to get it, but also they cannot provide you with the binary, but in fact they provide you with a way to automatically compile yourself support for ZFS and use DKMS, the kernel module thingy, to automatically get it the ZFS modules into the kernel tree, I suppose, and then you just load the module or reboot, and then it works. But they cannot provide you with ZFS. This is one of the reasons why you can't get Debian with out of the box ZFS root file system support, because there is no way for them to ship it legally. You could do it yourself with a little bit of effort, but they cannot provide it for you. What I was puzzled a little bit is that Ubuntu actually ships ZFS by default, and I don't know how is Ubuntu not breaking the license, because license is license, no matter if your company is called Ubuntu or Peter Pan. You shouldn't be able to mix Linux and ZFS in that way. I mean, as a binary distribution on one. I don't know. I just remember that Ubuntu ships ZFS by default in a completely functional state. So it's a good It's a good brain exercise for a little bit of research. How did they do that? And how did Debian not do that? Non-free contains packages that are not compliant with the free software licenses as Debian defines it. Security contains security updates. Backports contains more recent versions of packages that are in main. The development cycle of the stable versions of Debian is quite long, around 2 years, and this ensures that users can get most up-to-date packages without having to modify the main core repository. Okay, so if you need the last version of Emacs, you can get it from backports. You can learn more about Debian free software guidelines on this URL. I have opened it in my browser and it is in Croatian, so I'm not going to show it to you. To add a new repository to get packages from, you can simply add the corresponding line, usually provided by the repository maintainer, yes, to the end of sources.list file. Save the file and reload the package index with apt-get update. After that, the packages in the new repository will be available for installation using apt-get install. Keep in mind that lines starting with the hash character are considered comments and are ignored. The etc apt sources.list.d directory. Inside this directory, you can add files with additional repositories to be used by apt without the need to modify the main sources.list file. These are simple text files with the same syntax described above and the .list file extension. Below you see the contents of a file called apt sources list d buster backports. Okay, so this is how they add backports for the buster Debian version of the OS, and they put it instead of in the main sources list file, they put it in a different file here, and this is completely the usual way to do it. Both of these systems work because all of these files that end in .list and are contained in this directory will be automatically read by the apt update. Mr. Boo and Mrs. Ta, hello and welcome into the stream. Did you come here to learn about Linux? Are anyone know Arduino programming? Well, to be honest with you, even if someone of us knows Arduino programming, we will try not to go that much off topic, right? Because we are learning Linux and we have a live class in progress right now. So if you want to learn Linux with us, feel free to stay. Yeah, I'm just saying, we are learning right now, all of us together, right? All 9 of us. Okay, feel free to stay. Listing package contents and finding files. By the way, today we are learning about apt package repository technology. I don't know if I put it right. How the Debian package system works, right? We are kind of close to the end of the lesson, but feel free to participate anyway. There will be a video on demand after the stream ends if it's interesting to you. A utility called apt file can be used to perform more operations in the package index, like listing the contents of a package or finding a package that contains a specific file. This utility may not be installed by default in your system. In this case, you can usually install it using apt-get. Apt-get install apt-file. So let's see if I have it installed. Apt-file. No, I don't have it. Apt install apt-file. It will... the font config is not required anymore. Okie dokie. Apt auto remove to remove the font config thingy. Apt file. Okay, now we have the file with the command, right? After installation, you will need to update the package cache used for the apt file. Okay, interesting. Apt file update. How long will this take? I kind of expected to take longer. This usually... oh, okay, there is the answer to my question. This usually takes only a few seconds. After that, you're ready to use apt-file. To list the contents of a package, use the list parameter followed by the package name. So apt-file list unrar. Okay, let's go with the... what was the name of the Alfred, right? Alfred only had one file. It was a binary file. Apt-file list Alfred. I'm pretty sure on the website it said like we are now in the Alfred package and like it's one file. I'm a bit confused now. Gabor Fayez, have a great evening, ladies and gentlemen, and good night to Gabor. Gabor is going to sleep. Okay. It says apt-file says that Alfred package contains the binary, but also that it contains some other files. So maybe the website, I'm using it wrong. Let's see apt-file list NeoVim. Okay, NeoVim is actually... you search for a file on the website. Okay. Well, you can be very stupid when you're live streaming. Thanks for correcting me on that. Apt-file list NeoVim. Okay, NeoVim has some files. Let's go ahead and correct my bullshit. Oops, too much back. Browser not responding. Search package directories. Search the contents of packages. Okay. So we can go with Alfred here and then list the contents. Yes, that's actually what I started to do first, but kind of got lost. Here is list of files. The first time I clicked here and I got confused where I ended up, but it's actually on the right side. But yeah, I did this before, but you know, doing things too fast, not reading properly, will get you in trouble sooner or later. I do not recommend being faster than your brain can process. You can also use apt list instead of apt file list. Okay, so apt can do this without the need for apt file being installed. Is that what it's saying? Apt list NeoVim. Yep, this is wrong. Alexa is correct. You can search all packages for... okay, this is the next thing. This is a bad tip, as announced by Alexa, and verified in my terminal. You can search all packages. I was actually going to verify this, and if it had turned out to be true, then I was going to uninstall apt file to see if it still works. But we hit the dead end in the beginning. You can search all packages for a file using the search parameter followed by the file name. For example, if you wish to know which package provides a file called libsdl, you can do that. Did we not do that just now? Oh, we did the listing. Okay. Okay, libsdl2.so with apt file search. Okie dokie. What about the file called nvim? Which packages provide the file nvim? A lot of packages. Vim scripts. Oh, this is not a file called nvim. This is a folder called nvim. So I just searched for nvim and it got me result for nvim folder instead. I mean files as well, but you can search all packages for a file using the search parameter. Yeah, but they didn't say that it will give us that it will return us the folders as well. nvim $. nvim $. Did not return anything, and I'm pretty sure that there is a file called nvim in the nvim package. Dale Anderson says, for your information, I'm completely lost on Debian 12, but apt file list unrar command not found. Because you did not install the command called apt file. Look what it did. You need to do that first. It's a program. Okay. You go ahead and install it. You did not see me doing it a couple of minutes ago. You thought, I guess, good, but look, this utility may not be installed by default in your system. So we are not exactly learning Debian here. We are we are learning dpkg. We are learning dpkg and apt. So it is possible that another dpkg packaging system based distribution is in fact having this utility installed by default. I don't know if it would be Ubuntu, but it's as good as guess as any other. So they are correct on saying that your distribution may not contain, right? And judging by these examples, one example on Debian, one example on Ubuntu, maybe Ubuntu is one of those that contains this software by default. Okay, so we stopped where? Where did we stop? Listing package contents, install, unrar. Here, the answer is the package libsdl2.dev, which provides the file. Okay. Okay, the difference between okay now the difference between apt file search and dpkg query is that apt file search will also search uninstalled packages, so from the index, while dpkg query can only show files that belong to an installed package. Tried to apt-get install apt file and package apt file not found. On Debian 12? I don't know. I am on Debian 12. I don't really have anything special in this system. Here's my system. I have main non-free firmware. I think this was because of wireless. And I have contrib here, but that would not be the place where this where apt file would be located. It would be in main. I have no idea what Iceblade is saying, but oh, I need X to enable regex. Now I read it. Yeah, thanks, Alexei. I skipped your answer for some reason. Didn't see it immediately. Okay, so we can search for actual files with the dollar shaped regex, but this is something that needs a little bit of practice, right? Regex is not, I mean, it is somewhat straightforward, but it's not exactly, it's not always human readable, if I can say it in this way. I don't know if you will all agree with me, but regex can be a little bit weird at times. And that's why I have very little experience with that. So needs practice. But yeah, we found 2 files that contain the word nvim. Oh, remove the DVD. Definitely remove the DVD, put a hashtag on that line, and then do the apt update first. Definitely remove the DVD. Okie dokie. After a lot of Slavic languages and some English languages, we are now at guided exercises for the main Russian dialect. What is the command to install a package named package.deb using dpkg? Okay, this is all on you. The what I wanted to say, Iceblade will answer the first question for sure. That is the wrong answer, Iceblade. xd is not the command. Okay, Daimler trap is pretty much correct. Also, Alexei is like when, I don't know, when my daughter, I don't know, learning computer class in I don't know 5th grade, asks me, I don't know what a USB is or something like that, or anything computer related for her school computer class, and then I give her my answer, which is always correct, but it's completely different from her books. I mean, it's when you read my the book and listen to my answer, it's not actually that different, but I tell it by my own words, and she's not allowed to learn things the way I see them or the way things are. She must learn the way the book says, because her computer class teacher doesn't know all of these combinations and definitions. She only knows what the book says. That's how most teachers are, especially in the primary school. Dale Anderson, I'm not sure, but previously when I would install Debian, I remember that in a lot of cases I would need to manually remove the line that says install medium DVD CD whatever. But for some reason I don't remember seeing that happen to me recently. For example, today I installed Debian for I don't know which time in my life, and I used an install medium, of course, from USB stick, and the line was removed automatically. That was the installed medium, right? The installed medium. Let me show it to you. Let's go to SSH. Okay, so this is my new network storage, right? That's the one I installed today. Okay, and let's see at its apt sources list, right? So you can see here the hashtag, right? The hashtag was added automatically by the installer. It wasn't me who added the comment here, the hashtag thing, right? All I added was the word contrib, but I did not comment out this line. The installer did this automatically, and I don't know since when the installer is doing that, but I clearly remember that previously the CD-ROM line would stay active and then I would have to remove it by hand. Oh, okie dokie. Okay, now Alexei told me what the difference is, because I randomly use DVDs and net install, like whatever gets under my hand first. Okay, makes sense now. Del Anderson, what I'm trying to say is sources list is entirely blank now, except for DVD line. Oh, okay, now you're in trouble. Now you're in trouble. Big trouble. What is the... I forgot the command. CLI paste bin. I keep forgetting how it works. Paste bin CLI. No, I don't want that one. Maybe this one. There was some paste bin that didn't need any installation. Well, he is in trouble because he will need to find all of the missing lines, right? So now he needs to search for them. No, I was joking about being in trouble. I just wanted to see how you get to handle it, but I didn't expect Alexei to give you an answer. You can add them manually, and then just of course he can add the manually, but you have to know how the lines go. Okay, who can answer this question here? Don't sleep too much. I ate all 3 of my pancakes. Don't have Debian installed anymore, can't answer those, but you should be able to answer them by remembering what we read today, except for the Russian language and Serbian language and English language and Croatian language. I know those things are important, but we also went through this. Yeah, anyways, as far as I remember, and I don't always manage to remember all of the switches from the first attempt, but find which package contains a file named like this. I guess it's the dpkg query search. I don't know. I can't remember everything. The best way to learn is to use your new knowledge in practice, right? So I usually forget half of what we read in these lessons. And if I want to remember something better, then I have to actively use it and not just to demo it to myself, but also in real life practice, right? So I need to have the need to search for file names, and then I will quickly remember how it works. And after I do it a couple of times, I will remember, right? But learning, putting new switches in my brain without having a hands-on experience with this command is not always easy, right? Okay, Alexei says dash capital S. So it was some kind of a search, but not actually search. There we go. Can you remove a package called unzip from the system using dpkg -r unzip if the package file roller depends on it? If not, what would be the correct way to do it? So, okay, I suppose they gave you already an answer, right? Iceblade, how would you remove unzip with dpkg? Actually, Iceblade joined us a little bit later, right? Yeah. Anyways, what the guided exercise wants from us is to say that we are going to type dpkg -r for remove, and then unzip and file roller. So you just type dpkg -r and then package 1, package 2, package 3, how many packages you want. You need to add them all that depend on each other, or at least on unzip, right? But in theory, they may be something else depending on file roller, and then you would have to add that as well. So we have to remove all of the dependencies at once, otherwise it will not work. Using apt file, how can you find out which package contains the file unrar? You can force purge it. You can, but what would be correct way to do it? Definitely not. Iceblade, it will not give you a yes or no. The PKG is a bit, it's a bit manual. There is no conversation with the PKG. Maybe a little, but very little. You have to do it. It will explain to you why it aborted, but it will not give you a questionnaire. For the questionnaire, they invented apt, right? And apt-get, not the PKG. Can you remove a package called unzip? No, sorry. Using apt file, how can you find out which package contains the file unrar? So it would be apt-file. To be honest, we dragged this lesson today for so long, especially with the interjection with the languages, that I actually forgot most of this. Okay, so Iceblade says search, and I don't know the answer, so we can just write it down and see the correct answer afterwards. So searching for the file with the search parameter, maybe, I don't know. Using, I actually think you're correct, Iceblade, because I would say the same, but I'm not sure enough to confirm your answer. Using apt-cache, what is the command to show information for the package GIMP? Okay, this one is a bit easier. At least I think I remember the correct answer. What is the command to show the information? No, this one is definitely not search. This one is not search. I think this one is info. But as I said, don't trust me on this one. Capital I? Maybe. I think I forgot most of these switches. We'll see the answers. Consider a repository with Debian source packages for the Xenial distribution hosted at this. This confused me when they said Debian and then Ubuntu. I think it's info, but we will see. Consider a repository with Xenial distribution hosted on this URL and with packages for the universe component. What would be the corresponding line to be added to add the apt sources list? Do you remember that one? Dale Anderson catching up with the world. Yeah, I would say that Demland trap is correct. Iceblade universe is the group, or how did they phrase it? A part of the repository of the Xenial Ubuntu. Actually, a part of the Ubuntu repository where they keep the how did they say it? Proprietary, non-free, third-party stuff, something like that. No, that's multiverse. Sorry, in universe, it is community maintained packages, I think. No, the main repository is literally called main. The Demland trap was correct. It is deb and the URL and then main, or actually first Xenial, then main, and then universe. While compiling a program, you come across an error message complaining that the header file is not present in your system. How can you find out which package provides that file? This was actually one of the last things that we did today. This was the thing where Alexei helped me to find a file by using a regex. I don't think that the answer is expecting us the regex answer, but the way that they phrase it, which it wasn't tilde C. No, tilde C was an expression to find all of the packages that have leftovers after being uninstalled. So the way that we would find a package which contains this file is by I don't know, put something in the answer. Type whatever you think it is, and then we will see if it worked out or not. Come on, boys and girls, let's close the shop. Just a couple more questions. No idea? The problem in my head is that everything is apt search in my head, right? So apt search is not actually finding files, so that would be the wrong answer. But it could be one of the file commands. Like, yeah, I don't know. My brain is cooking. I think we're all cooked today. Dpkg query -s path and file. I wouldn't say that this is a correct answer, but maybe it is. I'm just saying that I wouldn't guessed it as an answer. If you would give me an exam with like A, B, C, and D answers, and one of them would be dpkg query, I don't think I would pick that one. But that all depends on elimination of the rest of the tree. Okay. Alexei kind of confirms my opinion. I don't know. Was it apt-file? Apt-file and search again? Apt-file search. That's what I would say, but it could be a command that I just invented. I'm being honest. My brain is okay. I kind of guessed it then. Okie dokie. How can you ignore a dependency warning and remove a package using dpkg even if there are packages that depend on it in the system? Okay, this is a question for I don't know, someone in chat already wrote the answer to this question. I can't find it now. How can you ignore a dependency? Ignore a dependency, not purge the configuration files. The keyword ignore, not do the dependencies, right? Ignore the dependencies. Okie dokie, Del Anderson to the rescue. Yes, force. Use the force, Luke. How can you get more information about the package called Midori using apt? Well, I think this is apt info. But then again, you guys are going to have to fix me. If you agree that this is apt info Midori, show. Okay, Alexei says info or show. Okay, who wants to answer the easiest question today? This is by far the easiest question of all of them. Okay, first answer to the easiest question is wrong. Yeah, that's... I wonder how Iceblade would do if he would be the one who is live streaming and reading the chat and reading the questions and thinking about the answers and paying attention to the left side of the screen where it gives you information what the stream health is. I wonder if I wonder if you could do a better job than I do. I mean, what I'm saying that usually I don't make mistakes like I do in real life, like I do on the stream. But there is a big difference between my behavior on stream and offline, right? When I'm doing something offline for myself, it usually takes a very long time because I read the manual on everything, or maybe if I'm almost sure what the command is, I try it, and if it's not that one, then I try the other one. But usually I'm a lot slower and much more punctual, if that makes sense, right? Punctual in terms of I may not know everything, but when I don't know something, then I look it up on the internet, and this is what makes me slower, right? So when you're doing offline, it's completely different behavior than trying to be smart on a live stream. apt-update doesn't exist. Let me show you. See? No exista. Who answered correctly? Demland Rep answered correctly. Okay, let's go and... well, let's go through the summary, right? I think we need it. I think we need it this time. In this lesson, you have learned how to use the dpkg to install and remove packages, correct? How to list installed packages and package contents, correct? How to reconfigure an installed package, correct? What is apt and how to install, upgrade, and remove packages using it, correct? We have learned this as well. How to use apt cache to search for packages, correct? How the etc apt sources.list file works, correct? How to use apt file to show the contents of a package, or how to find which package contains a specific file. The following commands were discussed in this lesson. dpkg minus or dash I installs a single package or a space-separated list of packages. Dash R removes a package or a space-separated list of packages. Dash capital I inspects a package, providing details on the software it installs and any needed dependencies. Okay, but on a file, on a package, right? Get selections lists out every package that dpkg has installed on the system. dpkg-L prints out a list of every file that a particular package installs. dpkg-query with a specific file name. This command will print out the package that installed the file. dpkg-reconfigure. This command will rerun a package post-install script so that an administrator can make configuration adjustments to the package's installation. All good, Dale Anderson. I'm just saying we have more. apt-get update. This command will update the local package index to match what is available within the configured repositories under the etc apt directory. apt-get install. This command will download a package from a remote repository and install it along with its dependencies. Can also be used to install a Debian package that has already been downloaded. Apt-get remove. This command will uninstall the specified packages from the system. apt-cache show, just like dpkg-i capital I command, this command can be used to show details on a specific package. apt-cache search, this command will search your local apt-cached database for a particular package. apt-file update, this command will update the package cache so that the apt-file command can query its contents. apt-file search, this command will search in which package a file is included. A list of all packages containing the pattern is returned. apt-file list, the command is used to list the contents of a package just like the dpkg-capital L command. Okie dokie. What is the command to install a package named package.deb? It is -i. Whoever answered that was correct. Using the pkg query, find which package contains a file named 7zr. The answer is capital S. This is what I am absolutely sure that I got wrong, but some of you did actually write the answer correctly. I did not say that you are wrong. All I said that I have an opinion that something is wrong, but that you shouldn't trust me. You can watch the video on demand. You will see that I said that I am not actually sure, and I have my opinion, you have yours. But someone did answer this, so that's you, I suppose, Iceblade, since you say that you wrote this. Can you remove a package called unzip from the system? And if not, what is the correct way to do it? Did I answer this one? Like dpkg-r unzip end file roller, yes, like this. I also think it was Dale Anderson because this was one of the first questions, and I remember Iceblade and I discussed one of the later ones. That's all I remember. That I had an interaction with Iceblade a little bit lower in the questions, not in the beginning. How can you find out which package contains the file unrar using the apt-file utility? Who said apt-file search? I actually don't remember anymore. But I did answer apt-file search for one of the questions. I just don't remember where that was. I think Alexei told me like being a correct one. Use the search parameter followed by the path or file name. apt-file search unrar. Okay. Someone did answer that one correctly, I'm sure. Using apt-cache, what is the command to show information for the package GIMP? apt-cache show GIMP. So who answered this one? This definitely wasn't me. I don't remember being involved in answering a question regarding cache. Who said apt-cache show GIMP? Iceblade, you said apt-cache dash capital S? You said that? You put the dash capital S on this answer? Oh, you did apt show. You couldn't do apt show because it clearly tells you to use this command. So you couldn't change the command in the answer. You can't change the command in the answer if it tells you which command to use. I guess we can all agree that remembering switches without using them for I don't know, a practical amount of time is not that easy, right? Practice makes perfect. Demland trap, I get it all mixed up. And Dill Anderson says that's why GUI. GUI for apt. I remember using Synaptics 20 years ago. That was the last time I ran it. I did use KDE Discover for apt packages very recently. But if you want to have at least a little bit of control, then using GUIs could get you in a little bit of trouble if it doesn't catch. I don't know. You can use GUI for all of the basic stuff, no problem. But once you start adding repositories, then things start become very complex for apt. Okay, so whoever answered main Xenial universe was wrong, and honestly I was considering to answer without main, but I just couldn't remember because in our exercise there was a repository that started with main, but now I see that was actually Debian and not Ubuntu. Or maybe Ubuntu also has main, and this answer simply doesn't want us to write that down in the reply. I mean, we had it pretty good. It's just that they don't want us to put main in the answer to this question. So if we look at it from the perspective of an exam, then we failed to answer this question correctly by putting one word too much in there. While compiling a program, oh, this is what I answered, right? Apt file search. That's the one that Alexei said was correct. And then Luke used the force to remove a package which had a dependency. And then who said apt cache show Midori? I think that was also me. And then Alexei said another. Or no, I said info and Alexei said show. I think I was the one who said info, right, on this answer. Let me try this live. Oh, that's invalid. And we don't have this package. But yeah, info is invalid. Okay, I think I answered info on this question, which appears to be invalid answer completely. And whoever wrote update is the final winner of the day. Yeah, okay, this lesson is it is valid for apt but not apt cache. Okay. Okay, has to be installed. Uh, Good stuff. This was I would categorize this lesson as generally easy. It's just that remembering all of the switches was never my strong side, right? I simply cannot remember all of the definitions. It doesn't work like that in my brain, and I have to continuously use something in order to remember it, right? All of these switches are like when I started editing with when I started using Emacs, right? Emacs has a bunch of crazy uh, key combinations that don't make any sense in the beginning and even later, to be honest. But with practice, you get a little bit faster, right? So I still, I mean, I can save in Emacs very quickly because I saved so many times that now it has entered me. But when I'm switching from a left panel to the right panel, if I have to, then sometimes it takes me a second to remember the combination, and if I continue switching, then it's like in my RAM until the next time. And the next time when I launch Emacs for the first second, I have to pull it from the swap, which was the shortcut to switch between panels in Emacs, right? And similar with all of these switches, right? If you don't use them, you will never remember how they work, and that's just how the brains work. I actually agree with the last thing that Alexis said, right? So outside of the exam, just use apt, and it will be a lot easier to remember how it functions. Don't use apt-get, don't use the pkg. Just go with apt. It will be a shorter path to success. And then, if you stumble upon so-called old server with Debian, which doesn't have apt, no worries. There is always the search engine at your disposal or the manual for the apt-get and the pkg. You can always find a way to do things correctly, right? All of this, what we learn, is mostly for doing the exam. I mean, the today's lesson, right? Today's lesson is uh, half for the exam, half for the actual um, usage of the system, right? But if you would start using the system without going through this lesson today, I am absolutely sure that you would come up with all of the same answers simply by opening the man page. So it's not like this lesson has severely helped us in our lives with these systems, but it is for the exam, it's perfect. But for the reality, you need practice, like all of us. So next Sunday, using RPM and yum. Okie dokie. I'm pretty much ready to go to sleep. Not very much in the mood to continue that languages conversation, to be honest, because if we start anything new, it will take us all into the night. And who knows what time it is for Alexei now. Alexei, you are like around 3 a.m. now or something like that. I'm just trying to guess. I mean, educated guess, right? How far your time zone could be. Iceblade, good night to everyone who is already leaving, but Iceblade, and thank you for hanging out, definitely. See you next Sunday. What I wanted to say, Iceblade, is sleep is not for the weak. I mean, I know it's a joke, I get it, but I have had, as somewhat older dude, right? I'm now in the age where, you know, things tend to feel the age, right? I'm not an old dude like a grandpa or something like that, but you know, when you cross 40, things start to fall apart a little bit, right? And I realized that I really need a lot of sleep in order to recover from basically normal life, right? And I have a really poor sleep, which affected my. It has a lot of consequences, right? It's when you're younger, like below 30, then lack of sleep is less pronounced when you're a bit older. Because I remember when I was like, I don't know, 25 or something, I could do an entire week with very, very poor sleep, like partying most of the night and going home, sleep like a couple of hours, if even that. And it would generally be enough to last an entire week of partying somewhere, right? So I would be drained at the end of that week, but I would be very, very energetic um, during the times when it was required of me to have this energy, right? But nowadays, if I miss one night of the sleep, then let's say that I sleep very poorly, like I don't know, one proper hour, and the rest of the night is, I don't know, restless or not sleeping at all. So if it's very little sleep, then the next day I can function pretty good, not too many problems. But the night after that, I really have to make it up, not by sleeping twice as much, but I definitely need my 8 hours to make it up, right? It could be even 9 at that point if I missed one night. I don't know how better to explain, but you know, one missed night is no problem, but two missed nights, no, 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 no. Yeah, okie dokie. Everyone seems to have gone to sleep, although my YouTube still says that everyone is still present, so maybe they didn't have switched off their browser tabs or the number is broken. Anyways, sleep cleans the brain. Yeah. Sleep cleans everything. Cleans the brain, recovers all of the body, cleans the toxic stuff from your body. It does a lot of things. Anyways, thank you very much for hanging out and throughout this relatively not so difficult lesson, and the next one will be even worse. So, as you can see on the screen, looking forward to that one. But yeah, anyways, good night, everyone, and see you on the next Sunday.